Hi everyone, my name is Lara Land. I'm the owner of Land Yoga and co-producer of SOULFest. I am streaming to you today from the Catskills in upstate New York. We are so excited to have you for a fun day of yoga and wellness.
Hi, my name is Yana. I'm the publisher and editor-in-chief of New York Yoga Life magazine and co-producer of SOULFest, coming to you from New York City. Join us today for a full day of yoga, dance, meditation, and a whole lot of fun. Thanks for joining us.
I'll be leading a conversation, discussion on diversity, inclusion, and transformation for the yoga community.
We're going to dive into art, creativity, and the power of the mind, so don't miss it.
For SOULFest 2021, I'll be teaching live from Singapore.
So I hope you'll join me and feel a lovely stretch and release and some relaxation from the class.
Let's get on our mats, let's groove, let's move, let's enjoy SOULFest.
Join me in learning about cultural awareness and sacred objects. Many blessings.
Hey, welcome to SOULFest. I feel really honored to be kicking it off. I'm the first presenter this morning. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. I hope that you're ready to have some joyful mindful movement. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Diane Bondi. I have been a yoga teacher for over 30 years, a movement teacher for over 30 years. I believe in the power of enjoying movement in our bodies and accepting our bodies exactly as they are, right? So we're often told the narrative that our bodies aren't good enough and that they're somehow broken in the way that they are, right? And I think that's a very hurtful message. And I think it flies into conflict with the first tenet of yoga, which is ahimsa, no violence. So we want this practice to be about celebrating our body. So we're moving through a flow day, and I will be offering you all kinds of opportunities to either make this flow more challenging or make this flow more accessible. So there'll always be 2 or 3 different types of variations or modifications that you can take that can help you move through your body in a way that makes it feel good. And a shout out from Florida, thank you. I didn't know if you guys type in and talk to me directly. So having said that, I'm excited. Why don't you tell me what some of your favorite poses are so that I can make sure to include them. So if you want to type in the chat box, it comes up on my screen here, and then we can see what kind of poses that you like to do. Also, if you want a little bit of music in your flow and you happen to be on Spotify, I have my Bluetooth speaker. I don't know if you'll hear it because I've got my headphones on, but if you want to join me on Spotify, I'm on Spotify as Diane Bondi. I posted it on my Instagram, and you can see my playlist. And the playlist I'm going to use today is Hit Yoga because it's got some of my most favorite songs on it. So if you happen to be on Spotify and you have a Bluetooth speaker in your room, and you want to kick it up with your Bluetooth speaker, you can put on that playlist, and we can jam to Hit Yoga. HIIT yoga. Trikonasana, we've got pigeon, fantastic. These are all of my favorite poses as well. So I'm adding them to the list. So remember that this is your practice, your way. And it's always up to you to take whatever you need. So stop, hydrate. Let's do whatever variation speaks for you. If you want to break away from the flow with me, do your own thing and come back when we're in down dog, absolutely. So this is simply a celebration of our body, simply a celebration of moving. So having said that, let's get into it. So go ahead and come to seated on your mat and take a few moments to breathe. I will be pivoting back and forth in case you have messages for me. I'm going to go ahead and play my Spotify playlist, which is Hit Yoga. It looks like that. It's got a thing in the front corner. I am Diane Bondi Yoga on Spotify. If you are, no, just Diane Bondi. You'll see 2 pictures of my kids on there. And the first song in the playlist is Desert Rose. All right, so let's go ahead and come to our mat to seated. And take a few moments just to breathe here. So find a comfortable seat. For me, this is comfortable. This might not be comfortable for you. So you can stretch your legs out straight. You can kneel. You can even lay down if that makes more sense to you. So let's sit up nice and tall, drawing the tips of the shoulder blades onto the back, and then take a deep breath in through the nose, curl the shoulders back, taking that left hand to the right knee, right hand behind you. Go ahead and root down through your sit bones and curl towards the right. And on the inhale, sweep that right arm up and over and lean into the stretch, just side body stretch. Inhale, come up. Take your left hand or right hand to your left knee, left fingertips behind you. Press down through the sit bones. Twist all the way over towards the left. And then on the inhale, sweep, arm up and over the ear. Good. And let's continue doing that. Right hand to left knee, left fingertip behind us. Twist to the left. I'm twisting to the right here, but it doesn't matter. We're going to do the second side. Then sweep that left arm up and over, stretch, then release it to the opposite knee and take the twist in the opposite direction. And I want you to keep moving that way. Keep moving in your breath. Keep going back and forth. Breathe deeply and slowly. I like to always start with a twist. I always like to start with a little bit of movement, but go ahead and play with that movement. Allow yourself to feel it for yourself. Like I can give you lots of directions on what you could be feeling in your body, but whatever you're feeling in your body is unique to you. And so let's go ahead and celebrate that. So once we have done both sides equally, I'm going to invite you to come back through middle. Take your arms out nice and wide, and then sweep the arms up to the sky. Bring the palms together, and then take a twist to the right side. I really like to twist in the morning. Inhale back to center. Exhale, twist to the left side. Come back to center. Now make your way onto your hands and knees into quadruped or tabletop position. In tabletop position, I'm going to invite you to take your fingertips out as wide as your mat. Walk your knees back towards your hips. And let's do a few cat cows here. When I do my cat cows, I like to really squeeze the lower tips of my shoulder blades together as I melt my chest down to the floor. And then tuck the chin to the chest, look back toward the knees, and round the center of the back up to the spine. So let's go through a few rounds of cat cow here, just kind of beginning to warm up the body. Make sure the fingertips are spread out nice and wide. You're rooting down through the pads of your fingers. You're rooting down through the knuckles of your fingers. And I want you to remember this pose or this movement as a default that you can come back to at any time during the practice. If it's going too fast, if you're getting tired, if you need maybe dynamic movement that's a little bit more accessible or slow, however you would qualify this for yourself. Now, coming back to a flat back, let's take the left leg out behind us, right arm out in front of us, and we're just going to pause for a second and switch. We're going to keep it dynamic. So this is another place you can come back to if you feel you want to keep the pose or the flow dynamic, however you're feeling tired and you need a little bit of a break. So if we're ever doing anything that just seems really too difficult, or you're not in the mood for it today, or it's not working for your body, feel free to come back to this pose. And remember, any kneeling poses that we do, feel free to go ahead and pad your knees, okay? So this is another option you can come to. You can come back to your cat cow here as I demo the next option. So go ahead and do your cat cow. Next option, when we come into downward facing dog, sometimes we could use a little length in our arms. So I like to bring my blocks to the lowest setting, wrap my fingertips around the block and the edge of my heel of my hand against the butt edge of the block, which creates a little bit more space in downward dog and gives you a little bit more space to walk your feet forward if you have abundance in the center of your body. So that's one variation for down dog you can play with. If you have sore wrists, you certainly can come down on blocks on your forearms and take downward dog this way, or create a little bit more height. Lace the fingertips together, press into the elbows, and take downward facing dog that way. What happens is the blocks increase that little bit of height that you may need for down dog. So these are some variations and some options that you can use in your practice to help you out. All right, so let's get started. I'm going to be practicing with my blocks today. We're coming back to our cat cow. Let's take our knees out wide and rock back and forth. So bringing your bottom back, your heels, lift onto the fingertips, melt hard, and then stand up onto the fingertips, rock the hips forward, lift the chest upward. So this is another variation of something you can always come back to if you need a little bit of a break. So it's a rocking back and forth. Often I will sub this out for vinyasa, meaning instead of going from down dog to plank, through chaturanga back to up dog and down dog, I will do this instead. So I will do this instead, and I will add it together with my cat-cow, which is more stable or static, I should say, and my alternating spinal balance. So you can put that all together in a flow. So let's go ahead and give it a try. So we're going to come back to your cat-cow. Let's do 3 of these. Inhaling as you soften, exhaling as you round, really feeling it in your body. And then adding on here, let's add a spinal balance. So left leg back, right arm up. So we're adding a little flow here. Okay, beautiful. Let's do 1 more each side. So right leg back, left arm forward, go at your own pace, go in your own time. And now rocking back and forth. Bottom back toward heels up onto the fingerprints, shoulders forward. So that can be your go-to at any point during the practice if you want to stay in the flow, but you're feeling you could use a break. From here, let's find our first downward facing dog. You can curl the toes under, lift the hips up and back. If you want to keep a little bit of a bend in the knees, feel free. Root down through the knuckles, rotate the upper arms toward the ears, and pull back through the heels. Give yourself a nice big breath here. And now this time, let's walk our hands back towards our feet. Soften our knees. Inhale, reach down high to the sky. Right hand grab the hold of left wrist. Let's press it over to the right and come back through center. Press it over to the left. Inhale, reach up, exhale, and fold. Walk your hands forward back to a downward facing dog. Inhale, let's come forward to top of a push-up. Let's take our knees down and our chest and our chin down. Press the tops of the feet down. Curl the shoulders back, lift the heart, look forward, and then exhale. Come up into tabletop position. Take a few cat-cows here. We're just celebrating movement in the body. Do what feels good for you at any moment. Don't forget, you can always opt out if you like. Coming back to our spinal balance. Left leg back, right arm forward and switch. Right leg back, left arm forward and switch. Let's do 1 more. Reach. And reach. Good. Coming back to tabletop, curling the toes under, rocking the hips back toward the heels, tucking the chin to the chest, rolling forward, shifting the shoulders forward, lifting the gaze upward. And let's do 2 more of those. Butt comes back, come up onto your fingertips, tuck the chin to the chest, roll, shift the shoulders forward, lift the heart. This is your last one. Go ahead, squeeze back. Tuck the chin to the chest, roll forward. Shift the shoulders forward. This time, curl the toes under, shift the hips back. Now lift the hips up and back. Downward facing dog, pressing fully into the knuckles. The hands, make your stance big. And now take your feet out wider. Walk your hands back towards your feet. And now sit back like you're sitting in a chair. Inhale, sweep the arms up. And now reach all the way up. Right hand grabs the hold of left wrist. Let's crescent over to the right, back to center, and crescent over to the left. Reach all the way up, bringing your hands through heart center. Let's go ahead and step or walk to the top of our mat in Tadasana. So making sure that you're walking to the top of your mat in Tadasana. Taking a nice deep breath in, lift and spread your toes, root down through your feet. Inhale, reach up. Exhale and fold. Fingertips come to your blocks. Inhale, half lift. Exhale, fold right leg back to a lunge. Go ahead and tap that right knee down. Inhale, let's reach our arms high to the sky. Take a moment to breathe. Exhale, bringing your hands down either to blocks or to the mat. We're gonna bring our hands to the inside of our left foot. Let's slide the left foot straight back behind us. Right fingertips right out in front of us. Now, taking the left toe down to the mat, kickstand out the right foot, pivot and plant the left foot, side plank variation. Let's inhale and reach up here. Good. On the exhale, plant the hands, come back to tabletop for cat-cow, or move back through your downward facing dog. Option is yours. Inhale forward to top of a push-up. Exhale, knees, chest, chin. You can lower all the way down. Inhale, roll through cobra. Exhale, press back through downward facing dog. And then let's walk your hands back towards your feet. Soften your knees. Inhale, sit back and take a moment to breathe, reach forward. And then all the way up to the sky. Right hand grabs a hold of left wrist, crescent over to the right, back through center, and now crescent over to the left. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, hands through heart center. And now let's walk toward the top of your mat. Lift and spread your toes. We're going to do the second side. Inhale, sweep the arms wide, reach all the way up. Exhale, bend generously at the knees, fold forward. Fingertips come to the blocks, crown of the head comes toward the floor. Inhale, half lift, lengthen forward, look forward. Exhale and fold. Let's step back with that left foot. Tap that left knee down to the earth. Inhale, sweep the arms wide and up and open and stretch. Just be in your body and appreciate whatever it is your body is doing in the moment. On the exhale, both hands can come down to your blocks or to the mat. And let's send the right leg back behind us, left fingertips out in front of us. Lengthen and stretch. Remember, you can always bring your hand down to the floor for stability or your down to the mat if it feels better. Don't be afraid to mix it up and customize it for yourself. Now, planting your right hand or left hand down to the floor, kickstand your left toe out. Let's pivot and plant that right foot and come into a side plank variation. Curling the shoulder back, reaching up, looking up, stretching up. Now plant both hands down to the mat. You can either come back to your cat-cow with your spinal balance, or you can come back to your down dog and move through vinyasa with me. So choose your adventure. Inhaling forward to plank, knees, chest, chin, lower down. Curling the shoulder blades onto your back, pushing the top of the feet down, look up, stretch up, come into your upward facing dog or cobra pose. Exhale back to tabletop or downward facing dog. Walking your hands back towards your feet, making your way to a forward fold, softening your knees, sitting back into chair pose, reaching your arms forward, and then inhale, reach all the way up to the sky. Right hand grabs a hold of left wrist, crescent over to the right, and back through center, crescent over to the left. Bringing your hands on your waist, curling your shoulder blades on your back. We're going to take a giant step forward with our left foot. So coming into a crescent lunge. Step onto the ball of that right toe, curl your shoulders back, sweep your arms up to the sky. Open up to your possibility. Let's just enjoy what the body can do here. Option to tap that right knee down to the floor if that feels a little bit more accessible. Bringing your hands through heart center, let's pivot and plant the back foot so that it's parallel with the back edge of your mat. Let's bend into the left knee, circle our arms out into warrior two pose. Taking a nice long stretch with the arms. Now a little bit of joyful movement. Right hand down the back of the right thigh, left arm up to the sky, and then sway. And now left forearm to the top of the left thigh, right arm up and over the ear. Here's the movement. Take that right hand down to the floor, pivot around to a wide-legged forward fold, adjust your legs accordingly, lift the sit bones up to the sky, and on an inhale, take a half lift, and on an exhale, fold into yourself, and now soften your knees, inhale, lift the head and the heart, come up nice and slow, and now turn your right toes out to the back of your mat. Bend into the square of the knees, circle the arms wide. Joyful movement. Let's take our left hand back, down the back of our left thigh, reach up. And now let's take our right forearm to the top of our right thigh, left arm up and over and lengthen. Stretch, breathe, curl your chest to the sky. And on the inhale, that left hand sweeps down to the floor, pivot around to a wide-legged forward fold. Both sets of toes are facing that long edge of the mat. Inhaling, lifting half lift. Exhaling and folding, softening the knees, hands on the waist, lift with the chest, push into the leg, pivot the left toes out to the top of your mat, circle your arms open, peaceful warrior. We're going to add on here, extended side angle, reach. Now sweep that right hand down to the floor, pivot around to a wide-legged forward fold, and now bend into that right knee, lift the left toes. Now if this is too deep for you, stay high in a side lunge, okay? So if you want to come into Skadasana, coming a little bit deeper, or side lunge, okay? So you come into a side lunge here. Now move to the side lunge on the other side, and now pivot your right toes to the back of your mat, coming into a warrior two at the back of your mat. Left hand comes down the back of the left thigh, right arm up to the sky. And now right forearm to the top of the thigh, left arm up and over the ear. Good. Take a moment to breathe here. Open up. Now we're going to sweep that left arm down to the floor, pivot around, wide-legged forward fold. We won't be here forever. I know your legs are getting tired. Hang in there. Inhale, half lift. Exhale, fold. Now we're going to bend into that right knee, lift the left toes. Remember, you don't have to come as deep. You can come into that side lunge if it makes sense. You can side lunge side to side, a little bit of dynamic movement here. Just move with it, go with the flow, see what you're feeling. See how deep you want to go. Play a little bit here. Get into your hips here. Get into your flow here. Get in, find your groove here. And then when you're ready, bend into that right knee. Look over at that left toe, and now we're going to bend into the left knee as we pivot into warrior two. We're going to add on here. Right hand down the back of the right thigh, left arm up to the sky. Here's the add-on. Left forearm to the top of the right thigh, right arm up and over the ear. Here's where we add on. Option to stay here and enjoy your breath. Okay. Option to move into triangle pose. What does that look like? Right hand on the right side, pulling back on the right hip as we straighten out through the left leg. You'll notice that my forearm is still on my thigh. I'm going to grab my block. Placing my block alongside my heel or fingertips to the floor, I'm going to move into a triangle pose. Now rotate the right shoulder open and reach the arm up to the sky. Open to possibility here. Take a moment to breathe here. Inhale. Exhale, Trikonasana triangle. You can also extend the arm up and over the ear. Now you have the option to keep the arm up, hand on the waist, or if you want to engage more of your core work, you have the option to reach both arms out and over in front of you. Now this is really difficult, requires you to press down and wide into the feet, and only do it for as long as it's interesting for you. Inhaling back to your triangle pose, and now let's move back through warrior two. Pivoting on the toes, back to a wide-legged forward fold. Inhale, half lift, lengthen. Exhale, fold, soften the knees, hands on the waist, shoulder blades on the back. Inhale, come up. Pivot those right toes out to the top of your mat. Float your arms out into chi, peaceful warrior. Left hand on the back of the left thigh. And now right forearm comes to the top of the thigh. Left arm up and over the ear. And here's where you can get creative. You can stay here. Okay, you can work on your triangle, pulling back on that left hip, straightening out on that right leg, and then bringing the fingertips to the floor. I'm going to come back and use my blocks just because I like the length it gives me in my arms. My arms tend to be short in my posture. So go ahead and you can take your left hand to your waist, curl your chest to the long edge of your mat, and extend your arm out into triangle pose if that works for you. You can also keep your hand on your waist, or if you're feeling like you could use a little bit more intensity through the core, you can extend both arms up and away. Now this is a lot. Push down through your legs, wide and apart, almost like you're stretching your mat longer. But this is a lot. Keep in mind that this is a lot. Inhale, back through warrior two. And now this time we're gonna windmill our hands down to the mat, spin up on our left toes, and either step back into tabletop, downward facing dog, puppy pose, whatever speaks to you. You can come back to your cat-cow. Now to the move vinyasa. Forward to plank, knees, chest, chin. If you were on your feet for a while, I understand. Press the tops of your feet down, curl your shoulders back, and now let's come into tabletop position together. Tag your knees if you need to. We're going to move into camel pose. Come to standing on your knees. Pull your pelvic floor in and up. Now, if your knees feel sensitive in camel pose, I always travel with my meditation cushion, and I use my meditation cushion to give my knees a little bit more love, all right? One option. You can always do that, pad your knees. If you have a hard time touching your heels in camel pose and you happen to have blocks, you can bring your blocks behind you and rest the bottoms of your feet or the tops of your feet onto the block. So you're going to come to standing kneeling, pull your belly button in towards your body, giving yourself that internal hug, curl the shoulder blades on the back and look up towards the sky. And on the inhale, reach your arms high to the sky. Option to stay here in your camel variation. Option to bring your hands either to your waist. Option to curl your toes under and reach back. See how much closer they are because they're elevated on blocks. So you have your options here. Choose wisely. You can do one at a time. You can do no hands back. You can keep your hands in your waist, or maybe you can come back into your camel pose. Completely up to you. Completely and utterly up to you. Take a couple breaths here. Beautiful. Inhale, both arms up to the sky. Exhale, back into tabletop position. I'm going to move my blocks out of the way by just pushing them away with my feet. And now send your right leg straight back behind you. Swing your right leg out to your right, plant it. And let's take our right arm up to the sky and take a little bit of a twist here. Seeing as we do a little bit of a back bend, right? And now exhale, plant the hands, swing that right leg back behind you, and take your side plank variation again. So I'm doing the knee down variation. You can step your right foot halfway up your mat, come onto the outer edge of your left foot, or if you're feeling ambitious today or it's near your wheelhouse, you can stack or stagger your feet. Go ahead and take an opportunity to see how that feels for you. One more breath. Exhale, let's come back to tabletop or downward facing dog. Option to rest or option to move to vinyasa. So choose your option. Take your time. Move with your breath. We're going to go back to our camel pose, coming back to tabletop position, choosing your version of camel, that version. I'll bring my block alongside my ankles. Come to kneeling, either on a blanket or a bolster, or fold your mat. Take a moment to breathe, hands on the waist. Engage your pelvic floor. Curl your shoulders back, lift your hips, or lift your gaze to the sky. Really engage pelvic floor. Option to stay here. Option to sweep the arms up to the sky. Option to reach back for your blocks, if that works for you, alternating. Or if you're feeling really ambitious, option to reach back toward the heels. Choose your option. It doesn't matter what option you choose, just do what's best for you. Inhaling, exhaling. What I like to do when I come to camel is scoop my bum back, bring my hands to my heels, and then straighten up. Or bring my hands to the back of my thighs, my waist, or reach up and back. Totally up to you. Beautiful. Exhale. Go ahead and release your hands down to the mat. We'll take a few cat-cows here, because we certainly did do a lot going on here. Send your left leg back behind you. Pivot and plant. Let's come into our side plank variation here. Opposite side. So you can play a little bit here. Knee down. You can step the left foot up, come onto the outer edge of the right leg. Or if you're feeling really ambitious today, you can see if you can stack. So there's lots of options here. Play with the option that works best for you. Exhale into downward facing dog. When you're ready, taking a moment to breathe, lowering the knees all the way down to the mat. Take the left leg out to the left, and let's stretch the left arm up to the sky. Take a little bit of a stretch here. Beautiful. Exhale, back to tabletop position, and then move through whatever you want to move through here. Vinyasa, cat-cow, spinal balance, however you want to move through your practice, take a moment to do that. When you're ready, meet me back in down dog, tabletop position, puppy pose, whatever you're feeling. And take a few breaths here, just a little reset, if you will. Spreading your fingertips out nice and wide, rooting back through your heels. And now let's walk our hands and feet together, softening our knees. Inhale, sweep our arms high to the sky. Exhale, hands to heart center. Let's come into a balanced pose next. So thank you, everybody. Let's take a moment just to reset, to find balance. You can come to the center of your mat. You take a few moments just to notice how you're feeling in the practice. Maybe you're feeling a little warm. Maybe you're feeling a little out of breath. Maybe you're feeling a little fatigued. These are all normal feelings in the practice. These are all normal feelings in your body. And it's okay to stop, pause, celebrate what your body needs, and tap out for a moment. If you want to keep going, absolutely keep going, but always choose what's best and right for you. So coming to the top of your mat, feet are about 2 fist width apart. Root down and push wide into your feet. Come up onto your left toe as you root down through your right foot. Find your focal point and anchor your gaze on something in front of you. Room. From here, let's root down through that right foot and cross that right ankle or that left ankle over the right knee. So we're going to do a standing pigeon to start. So sing into a standing pigeon. So what I like to do here is sit my bottom back because it's a really good hip opener and balance pose. You can get creative with your arms. Hands can be a prayer. Maybe you do eagle arms here, or maybe you even transition into an eagle pose. So from pigeon to eagle, you'll cross your legs closer together. That's another option. And you can either bring your hands together in prayer, stack your forearms, or you can hook your left elbow underneath your right elbow. So choose. So you can come from pigeon to eagle. We're going to move here. Take a moment. If you fall out, quite okay. Exhale, release, shake it out. Beautifully done, everybody. Take a few moments to shake it out. Take a few moments to reconnect. I do this little thing where I jiggle my body. My philosophy is I jiggle, therefore I am. So I give myself a little jiggle. And now let's root down through that left foot, if you will. Take a moment to breathe, catch your breath, and then rooting down to that left foot, finding that space on the floor where you can anchor your gaze. Go ahead and cross that right ankle over the left knee and sit back. Find your breath. Option to stay here. Option to move into eagle pose. So you squeeze the thighs closer together if you like. You can stack your forearms. You can wrap your left elbow underneath your right. I'm going to stay in my standing pigeon because I like it. If you fall out, you fall out. No big deal. Take a moment, sit into it, breathe into it. You got it, whatever you choose. If you fall out, you're back, and I float. So go ahead, come out, and shake it out. Come back to Tadasana, feet about 2 fists width apart. We're going to do something I call standing in my power. So let's push down and push wide into the feet. Let's engage our core, really give ourselves a nice big squeeze in our center. Now curling your shoulder blades onto your back, turning your palms forward. Let's take a moment to breathe. Tadasana. Let's take a moment to appreciate the strength of our body. Let's take a moment to be powerful. I call this standing in my power because I'm activating my muscles. I'm pushing down and wide through my feet. So my legs are like strong. I'm giving myself that internal hug because this is my integrity, my connection to myself. And now I'm curling my chest open and my palms forward. This is my connection to something bigger in space. This is my offering to the world. I am strong. I am powerful. I can. I will. I am. Those are all those wonderful statements that can also draw everybody in, right? I am compassionate. I am empathetic. I am an activist. Like whatever it is that allows you to connect to that bigger energy. Beautiful. Take one more breath here. And let's do one more balance pose, moving balance. So coming back to your grounding, rooting back down through your right foot, grounding your gaze in something or anchoring it somewhere in the room. We're going to do a moving balance. We're going to begin where we were before. You can also opt for tree here if that makes more sense. So rooting down through that right foot, you can either come into tree pose, your version. You could come into your standing pigeon pose, right? We did that. You can transition into your eagle. I also like to bring a block next to my toe when I'm doing eagle pose. So you can also transition into eagle by crossing your toe over to the block and being in eagle pose. Or if you feel ready for something a little bit more challenging, because this is super challenging for me, you can move into dancer, dancer pose, a little scary. You fall out, you fall out. So dancer, you're going to bring your left heel to your butt, reach down and grab a hold of the heel. I often like to use the wall here for that. and breathe. Good. Let's take one more breath here. And exhale, release. Shake it out. So what's good for the right is always good for the left, right? So we want to balance that action, have balanced action. Rooting down through that left foot, softening the knee, finding the breath, being in the moment, and then take what you need. So if you need a tree with your toe on the floor, that's what you do. If you need any other balance pose, that's what you do. So I'm taking my standing pigeon. You can also come into, this is my version of eagle, right? Take your version, or if you're feeling really ambitious, you can also opt for dancer pose. So rooting down through the left foot, heel to butt, knees together, find your stretch, but pick your pose, doesn't matter. Good. One more breath. And release. Nicely done, everybody. Let's find our way to the top of our mat. Let's stand in our power pose, the one we just practiced, the one we just learned, standing in our power. Let's take a moment to reset, to regroup. Let's take a moment of admiration, consideration, and respect for our body. Wow, look at all the wonderful things that it has done for us in this moment. Let's just be here. Let's just be here. Rooting down and wide through the feet, hugging your core, your center, your integrity, your connection to self, curling your shoulder blades onto your back, turning your palms forward. Now, slightly opening your eyes, setting your gaze, rooting down through that right foot, bring your palms together, float the left knee up. Option to stay here and enjoy your breath. Option to rest your toe on a block if that feels more comfortable. First option, choose it, choose your own adventure. Second option, lean forward and kick your left toes out behind you. I'm going to grab my blocks into a standing split. You can also do warrior three, arms at the side if you like. Okay, so it's standing split, warrior three, or right hand on the block, stacking left hip over right, keeping that gaze on the floor in front of you, half moon pose. Another option. Chapasana, final option if you want it. So I've given you 4 options here. I want you to pick the option that makes the most sense for you. There's no right or wrong here, just do you. Woo! I'm gonna fall out of this one. Totally cool though. If you took the bind, release the bind. If you're in any of these poses, step back into a lunge pose. Step that left leg back. You did it. Reach up. Right, left arm forward, right arm back. Let's take an open twist or a closed twist. Hooking the elbow behind the knee. Open or closed twist, doesn't matter. Do you, boo? Good. When you're ready, take your hands to your floor. Step back, downward facing dog. You got this. You got this. You got this. Inhale forward to plank pose. Knees, chest, chin. Or cat-cow. Or child's pose. Exhale back to downward facing dog. And then walking your feet toward the top of your mat. Softening your knees. Inhale, reaching up to the sky. Exhale, hands through heart center. Nice job. Okay, this is our last little flow before we take it down to the floor. So now we have to do the second side. Let's root down through the left leg, hands on the waist. You can have your blocks in front of you, and if you like, just float your right knee up. You can let it rest on the block. You can play with arms up. You can stay here. Okay, celebrate this. This is awesome. Option to tip into a standing split. So kicking that right leg behind us, trying to rotate the hips down towards the floor, taking the gaze between the blocks or fingertips on the floor. Option to be here, standing split. Option to lean the weight back into the left leg and reach the arms out into warrior three. Okay, play with that option, or option to move into half moon pose, pressing down into that left side of the body, stacking left or right hip over left and extending out, keeping that gaze on the floor slightly in front of you. And if you're feeling really adventurous today, I'm gonna fall out of this one. Chapasana, maybe, maybe not. My theory on this is sometimes yes, sometimes no. maybe today. So choose it if it's working for you. Breathe it if it's working for you. Now, if you took the bind, try not to slingshot the leg, reach it back out, both hands on the mat, and let's step back, lunge pose. Crescent lunge, inhale, reach up, open twist. Right arm forward, left arm back. Close twist, cross if you want it. Open or close, it's fine. Choose your option, choose your adventure, be in your body, celebrate your body, do you. Yoga where you are. Exhale, plant the hands, step back, woo! Downward facing dog. Spread your fingertips out nice and wide. Remember, you can come to puppy here, tabletop here, any variation you want to do here. And now let's move through vinyasa, forward to plank, knees, chest, chin, lower down, roll through. Come back to tabletop position, and let's sit or twist down onto the floor. Bring the soles of the feet together. Beautiful, knees wide. Let's take a butterfly. Leading the heart, fold forward. I like to bring my thumb to the ball toe mounds of my feet and gently pry my feet apart, pressing my elbows into my knees, and just taking a moment to breathe. Inhaling and exhaling, allowing yourself an opportunity just to be still, noticing what's going on in the body. Good. Breathing. Inhaling, lifting the head and the heart upward. Now we're going to send our right leg back behind us. So we're going to do our couple of different variations of pigeon pose. So you're welcome to stay here in butterfly, if that's working for you. If you want to add on, you can take a 90-90 pose. So I'm going to take my right leg behind me, so sliding my right leg back so that this right leg has a 90 pose and this left leg has a 90 pose, and you can sit forward here. Okay, so this is your option if you're feeling it. If you want to come onto your back here, you can come onto your back. This is your pigeon option. And take your left ankle over your right knee, either foot on the floor or knee into the chest. Or if you want to do your downward facing pigeon, if that's your favorite version of pigeon, then find it. So I'm going to ask you to be the bird that you want to be. Okay, bird is the word here today, to quote my friend. It's the word, so choose the bird that you want to be, or whatever version of pigeon makes your life happy. You can also slide any props, blankets, blocks, bolster underneath your hip to give you a little bit more support, but you can always choose your version or not at all. Maybe you want to do a lizard pose instead. That's cool. Don't be afraid to take what you need here. Breathe deeply and slowly. Enjoy your breath. Two more breaths here. Good. And on your next breath, let's plant our head in our hands and lift our head in our heart. You can remove a block if you place any block, blanket, bolster underneath you. If you're laying on your back for pigeon, switch sides. Right ankle is going to cross over left knee. Okay, if you're in your 90-90 pose, switch sides. Okay, if you're in this version of pigeon, you can switch sides as well. So you can either transition to a three-legged dog and move your leg around, or sometimes I just hop switch or slide switch my feet. So I'll just lift and switch. Okay, so you can do whatever speaks to you. Find your pigeon, find your way, find your breath, and find your respect for your body. I know it's hard sometimes. I know we've been taught in this culture that seeking perfection in your appearance is what we want. I just want to let you know that there's no such thing as perfection, right? There just isn't. Perfection is a way to sow unhappiness, right? The quest for perfection will always keep you unhappy. How about the quest for enjoying what you're doing in your body and appreciating how your body shows up for you each and every day, right? Whatever limitations we have, whatever injuries we endure, it's part of being human. It's part of the experience. And it's part of learning empathy for ourselves is part of the practice of ahimsa so that we can see empathy in each other. if we can walk in each other's shoes for but a moment, we get to experience that humanity. And it's humanity that makes the world go round. So can we experience that empathy in our own bodies? Because they were created just for us. This is a customized body, right? Hundreds, if not thousands of years of ancestry and evolution has brought you to this place right now, wherever it may be. And your body is not broken and you don't have to apologize for it. The best way you can celebrate your body is to just live and be in it and be joyful and appreciate it in all the ways you can. Be sad, be happy, be active, take rest, do all the things that make your body feel alive. So option to exit out of this pose any way that feels good. Here's my option. Rolling over onto the right hip, sliding the left leg around. If you're on your back, making your way up to seated, okay? And extending the legs out in front of you, okay? Stack pose. You can do a nice manual inner spiral of your thighs, pressing down through the back of your legs, pressing down through your hands. Curl your shoulder blades onto your back and lift your heart up to the sky. Finding yourself here, staff pose. From staff pose, let's slowly tuck our chin to our chest, bend our knees, and we'll take just one boat pose. Option for your first boat pose, hold the back of your thighs and lean back until you feel your abs engage. And when you feel your abs engage, that's it, you're good. If you're feeling you want a little bit more of a sensation here, you can lift your toes up off the floor, squeeze your belly. If you're feeling you want even more sensation, you can extend your legs out in front, turn your palms in. You've got 5, 4, 3, it's talking to me, 2, it's okay, and 1. Plant your feet, tuck your chin to your chest, and let's roll down onto our back in a way that feels good. Now when you bring your knees into your chest, float your arms out into T, and take your knees over to one side. It doesn't matter what side, because we're going to do both sides, and feel the sensation in your body. Inhale back to center when you're ready, and do the second side. If you're not ready to do the second side, take longer, right? All of these movements or all of these cues are simply suggestions. Your body is your body. You know what's best. You know what's right. You own the owner's manual. So make sure that you're honoring that. Choose your own adventure. Back through center. Now let's bring the soles of the feet together. The knees wide. Let's sweep the arms up overhead. Reclining Baddha Konasana. Taking a moment here. Finding your breath here. Breathing here. And then when you're ready, we're very slowly going to make our way into our final rest pose. So it's taking our right heel to the right corner of our mat, our left heel to the left corner of our mat, gently tucking your shoulder blades underneath you, turning your palms up to the sky, and finding either this version of Savasana, if this doesn't feel good in your back, lay to your side, grab a block or a blanket, and place it between your knees. And take this version of Shavasana or your final rest. And if neither of these work for you and you're just not feeling it at all, then come to sit meditation. That can be your final place. Quiet contemplation of what it is you learned about yourself and your body in this moment, on this journey, wherever you are in the world. So take a moment and choose one of those 3 different ways to be in your final pose. And I'm going to tell you to take a deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth, and soften into this final pose. And I'm going to be quiet so you can have your moment. And I will come back to you for you at the end of Savasana. Continue to breathe deeply and slowly and mindfully. Allow that breath to start to slightly deepen and to wiggle perhaps your fingers and your toes. Release your wrists and your ankles and just kind of start to move slowly and mindfully. And just joyfully, whether that's reaching your arms up overhead or bringing each knee into the chest or rocking side to side. Just taking a few moments just to be in your body, moving softly and slowly and mindfully. I'm going to invite you to take a deep stretch up over your head and to flex your feet. And then one knee at a time, draw that knee into your chest. If you're in seated, you can always take a twist, roll your ankles, move around in a way that feels good if you chose a seated practice for your final stretch. And then when you're ready, I'm going to invite everybody, wherever you are, to make your way to seated. And from seated, I'm going to invite you just to close your eyes if that feels safe or comfortable. You can also just cast your eyes downward, your gaze downward if closing your eyes doesn't feel like something that you feel like you want to do. And then I want you to breathe deeply and slowly, equal inhalations to equal exhalations, in through the nose, out through the nose. And as you inhale in through your nose, I want you to think of all the things you are grateful for around your body. What are some of the things that your body does that you're grateful for? Things like the ability to love, show love, be loved, right? The ability to help others or help yourself. The ability to move around the world and visit places you love. Perhaps it's the ability to participate in music, however that works for you. Thank you, Deb. The ability to experience life in whatever capacity that shows up for you. Knowing that we all have our struggles and we all have our good days and we all have our bad days. But that we get to show up in this world exactly as you are. Thank you so much, Julian. Exactly as you are. That you do not have to apologize for this in any kind of way. If anything, I invite you to celebrate this, because when we make peace with ourselves and we make peace with our bodies, we can now extend that ability to make peace with the world. We are less anxious. We are less confrontational. We are less unhappy. We are more confident to show up for the causes that mean something to us, that elevate the world. Think of what it's like to move through the world when you feel powerful. Think of what that's like, and you can do that with this practice. You can pull everybody who's at the margins into the center with you, and we can ultimately change the world, but it starts here first. I want to thank you very much for joining me for this practice today. It has been my absolute honor to have shared this practice with you. And I want you to remember, every time that you come to the mat, this is a quote from the Gita, no effort is ever wasted. And it's not all or nothing, it's all or something. Folding your hands in front of your heart, tipping your fingertips in towards your heart and bowing your head towards your fingers. May you be happy. Thank you, Anita. May you be healthy. May you be peaceful. But most of all, may you just be. Thank you, everyone. Peace and blessings be with you. Thank you, Deb. Seeing a lot of my friends out there. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoy the rest of SOULFest. Have a good time. Take all the other teachers. The next teacher up is Donna Noble. She's a friend of mine, and I'm excited that you're going to get to practice with her because she is epic. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Donna. Hey, I was just saying, hey, Donna. So good to see you, Donna. Have a fantastic class.
Hi everyone, my name is Donna Noble and welcome to today's session on SOULFest. I'm so excited to be here and I have some volunteers with me today, the lovely Zelia and the lovely Lisi, who will be showing you different variations of the postures that I will be doing for you today. So today's class will be a slow flow yang yin class. Remember, it's your body and your practice, so do the best you can do with the body you have on the mat today, but most importantly, enjoy. I'll wait for a few seconds just to make sure everyone is able to join. But while we're waiting, I'd like you to find any props that you may use in your practice. So it might be blocks like these or any books, any substitutes, any household products that you may have, and the possibility of a yoga belt as well, and a blanket that you may, anything that makes you comfortable. Hey Julian, hi, how you doing? I hope you're going to enjoy today's class. So what you can do while we wait a little bit, you can allow yourself to relax in Savasana. So I invite you to find space on your mat. And I invite you all to take as much space you like. Allowing yourself to relax. So I'd like you to take as much space you like and allow your toes to fall away from each other. Bringing your hands alongside your body with your palms facing up. And I invite you to close your eyes if that's available to you today. If not, that's fine. Allow yourself to have a relaxed gaze to the tip of the nose. And start to connect to your breath. Taking a nice, deep, long inhale through the nose. And again, out through the nose. Allowing yourself to press your body into the mat so you're able to completely surrender and to completely relax. And by surrender, I don't mean giving up. I mean releasing anything that's not serving you well right now. Any anxiety, any stress. Let it go. And I invite you to check in with how you're feeling right now. And ask yourself how you're feeling. We don't do that very often. We ask everyone else how they're feeling, but we always put ourselves at the back of the queue. So let's make a change and ask ourselves how we're doing right now. Check in with how your mind is feeling right now. How your heart is feeling. and finally how your body is feeling. You have nothing to do and nowhere to go. Using this time to give your body your full and undivided attention. And with each breath that you take, allowing yourself to feel even more deeply relaxed. Withdrawing from any external distractions and starting to connect with your inner landscape. Inhaling for the nose. And again out for the nose. And on your next inhale, I'd like you to lift your right leg up. A little bit off the floor, so it's hovering a little bit too high, coming down a little bit lower, so it just hovers above your mat. There you go, pointing the toes, tensing, and releasing. Left leg lift up, hovering slightly above the mat, not too high. There you go, pointing, squeezing, tensing, and releasing. Now you're going to squeeze your buttocks and lift your hips up nice and high. So squeeze your bum, lift up, squeeze, tensing, and releasing. Now you're going to bring your hands into fists and squeeze them nice and tight. You're squeezing, clenching. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Good. And releasing. Now you're going to draw your shoulders up towards the ears and tense your shoulders. Bring up nice and high. Squeezing, tensing. Nice. Good. And releasing. Now we're going to make our face as small as possible. We're going to squeeze your eyes, your nose, and your mouth. Everything nice and tight. We can make your face as small as possible. Squeeze, tense, tense, tense. Good. And making your face as large as possible. We're going to open the eyes, open the mouth. And see if you can get your tongue down towards the chin. Just let the breath go. That's it. Good. Now you're going to close your eyes, close the mouth, and just relax in the jaw. Allowing the eyes to roll into the sockets. And relaxing once more. Pause in here for a few moments. Now on the next inhale, you're going to start to bring the awareness and the movement back to the body. You're going to start by wriggling the fingers, wriggling the toes, rotating the wrists, rotating the ankles in one direction and then in the opposite direction. Nice. And when you're ready, you're going to bring your knees in towards your chest and wrap your arms around your legs. Give yourself a nice big hug here. Give yourself some self-love, even. You can gently roll from side to side. As you gently massage the base of the spine. Just doing that twice more on each side. And when you're ready, you can release the feet flat on the floor. Have the feet so they're hip distance apart. Bring the hands a little bit away from the body. And let's do some windshield wiper poses here. So open the knees a little bit wide if you can see. If you've got the space there, that's it. Allow your knees to gently roll down towards the right. Taking your time, going slow and loosely. Good. Knees come down, that's it. And then going into the opposite direction on the exhale. And let's do that 4 times on each side. You can take the head in the opposite direction if you wish. Or keep the gaze up towards the ceiling. It's entirely up to you. That's the pace, that's it, going slowly. Once more on each side. And when you're ready, coming back to your neutral position once more. And you're going to roll completely over to your right, come into fetal position and pause in here for a few moments. Making yourself as small as possible, bring the knees up towards the chest. You can make pillow with the hands, so place the hands beneath the head. And pause in there for a moment or two. Nice. And when you're ready, you're going to take your top hand, your left hand, and push yourself up and come onto all fours. Good. So we're going to start with cat cow pose. You're going to come into the tabletop position. So you're going to spread your fingers nice and wide, have the wrist beneath the shoulders, and the knees and the feet should be hips apart, and the knees directly beneath the hips. So let's take a nice deep long inhale through the nose, and you're going to arch your spine. So tailbone down, eyes up, belly down, that's it. And as you exhale, you're going to round your spine like an angry cat. Push the throw away from you. That's it. Let's do that 3 more times. Inhale, arching the spine. Excellent. Exhale, rounding. Let's do that twice more. Inhale, arching. Exhale, rounding. Final time, taking your time. Inhale, arching. Remember to move, sync the breath and the movement. That's it. And exhale, rounding. Coming back to your neutral tabletop position. At any point, if you feel tight, you can come into child's pose. You can bring your big toes to touch. Spread your knees as wide as possible. Walk in your hands forward, allow your stomach to come down towards the floor. Forward on the floor. And if your foot doesn't quite connect with the floor, you can place a block beneath your forehead. Drawing the shoulders down away from the ears. At any point, please feel free to come to this posture and join us whenever you're ready. Let's take one more deep breath here. Good. Walking the hands back beneath the shoulders, coming back into your tabletop position. And let's lengthen the spine here. So coming back, wrist beneath the shoulders, knees beneath the hips. So what we're going to do here is extend the right leg behind you, lift the right leg up, pointing the toes behind you. You can stay here with both hands on the floor if you wish. Take the left hand forward. Thumb towards the ceiling, reaching forward and reaching back. That's it. Good. Holding here and coming back to neutral when you're ready. And let's go to the other side. Left leg, lift it up, point the toes, extend it, and extend the opposite hand forward. Thumb towards the ceiling like a handshake. That's it. You've got it. Engaging the core here. Looking good. And coming back to neutral. Now this time, you take the right leg up once more. Keep both hands here, option 1. If you want to, take the right hand forward. So same arm, same leg this time. You might find it slightly more challenging. Engaging the core, very good, that's it. Coming back to your breath. And coming back to neutral. Left leg extended, you know what you're doing now. And extend the left hand forward. Engaging the core, that's it, good, nice. And coming back to neutral when you're ready. Now we're going to take it into our downward dog. So we're going to tuck the toes under, lift the knees up, lift it up, coming into your downward dog. And what you can do, you can bend one knee then the other. So you're walking your dog here, bending the feet. You can shake your head, yes, nod your head, no. Do whatever feels good for you right now. That's it. Giving your body what your body feels you need right now. That's it. And when you're ready, you can slowly walk the feet towards the top of your mat. Come into a natural forward fold. That's it, good. Come into your ragdoll. Grabbing the opposite elbow, relaxing the head and gently swaying from side to side. The knees can be bent, or you can straighten the knees. Do what feels good for you right now. That's it, taking your time. Remember, yoga is about slowing down and taking things easy. Twice more on each side. Nice. And when you're ready, releasing the hands. You keep the knees bent and roll it up slowly, vertebra by vertebra by vertebra. The head, the neck, and the shoulders come up. Taking your time, you can place the hands on the thighs to come up. That's it. So coming to the top of your mat in mountain pose. The feet together apart, so accommodate to suit your body. Let's take a nice, deep, long inhale for the nose. And exhale for the nose. Land the shoulders, be nice and relaxed away from the chin, parallel to the floor. Now on the next inhale, you're going to bring the hands out and up. Palms come up and over the head. Palms can touch, take it into a slight back bend. Now as you exhale, knees can be bent as you fold forward and down. Placing your palms on the floor on your blocks. Everyone halfway lift. Palms flat on the floor once more. Now you're going to bend the knees and step the right leg back. Bring the right knee down onto the floor. Sweeping the hands forward and up and come into crescent moon. Arching the spine, that's it, good. Hold in here, that's it. Feel the stretch in your right thigh, excellent. When you're ready, place the hands on the floor. Tucking the right toes under, stepping back into plank with the left leg. Coming down, yogi's choice. Can I knees, chest, chin? Or you can come into child's pose or cat-cow. Do a variation that suits you right now. Sliding forward and come into your cobra or your upward facing dog. Nice, excellent. Hold it here, that's it, good. Bring your chest and your eyes up. Exhale, you're going to tuck the toes under and come into downward dog. You can transition into tabletop first of all. Lift the knees up, lift as it comes into your downward dog. And let's hold for 4 breaths here. You can bend the knees again, continue to walk your dog. Taking the gaze to the big toes or towards the navel. Drawing the shoulders down away from the ears. If you wish, you can take it to puppy dog if you find that strong on your wrist. Remember to modify. Do what's feeling good for you right now. Hold in here for 1 more breath. When you're ready, take the right leg up nice and high towards the ceiling. And bring the right leg forward all the way between the hands. Use your hand if you need to bring the foot forward. Place the left knee on the floor. Nice adjustments here. Crescent moon once more. Sweeping the hands forward and up again. Taking into your back bend. Nice. Hands return to the floor. When you're ready, go at your own pace. Palms flat on the floor. Step the left leg forward. Bring your forehead to your knees or your thighs as close as possible. That's it, good. Inhale, bringing the hands out and up. Taking it into your back bend. Excellent. Hands come into the heart center and hands come down by your side. Let's do the other side. Inhale, hands come out and up, arching your spine. Engaging your core. Exhale, forward fold. Halfway lift. Palm returns to the floor. Step the left leg back, left knee comes down onto the floor, crescent moon. Sweeping the hands forward and up again, feeling the left thigh, push your hips forward, very good. Palms can be apart or together, modify to suit your body. Palms return to the floor, and let's step back into plank. So tucking the left toes under, right leg step back, good. Coming down, yogi's choice. Good. Upward facing dog or cobra. And hold it for at least 2 breaths. Very good. Bring the elbows back, shoulders down. After your second breath, tucking the toes under. Lifting the knees up, hips up, come into your downward dog once more. Holding your down dog for 4 breaths again. Didn't get the heels down towards the floor. The body's starting to warm up, so you can take it a little bit further, but take it to where it feels comfortable for you. Every day you come on your mat is completely different. So respecting that. After your 4th breath, put the left leg up nice and high towards the ceiling once more. Good. Left leg comes all the way forward. Right knee comes onto the floor. Sweeping the hands forward and up, take it to your crescent moon once more. You might find you're slightly to go a bit deeper now. Very good, excellent. Hands return to the floor. Stepping the right leg forward to join the left. Forward is close the knees and the thighs in your forward fold. That's it. Inhale, coming all the way up once more. Hands coming out to the side. Into your high prayer. Hands come back into the center. Hands down by your side. Inhale, hands come out and up and arching your spine once more. Forward fold. Halfway lift. Palms flat on the floor. Now this time you can jump or step back into your plank. With the right leg, good. Coming down, your choice once more. Upward facing dog. Downward facing dog. Awesome, good. Hold your down dog for 2 breaths this time, body's getting warmer. When you're ready, after second breath, take the right leg up nice and high. And this time, you're going to step up into warrior 1. Sweeping the hands up, dropping the left leg down to the floor. Bend the right knee slightly more and ensure the knee doesn't overshoot the ankles. That's it. Taking the palms up and back. You can take the gaze up. There you go. That's it. Hold it here for 2 breaths at least. Nice postures here. Good. And when you're ready, let's take it into warrior 2. Hips open here. Palms come down parallel towards the floor. Ensure you're not leaning forward too much, leaning back, keep the spine nice and straight, and keep the knee and the ankle in alignment. Very good. Hold in here, but remember the breath. The breath should be at the forefront of your practice. Excellent. One more breath. And when you're ready, let's take it into reverse warrior. Bring the left hand on the back of the thigh, right hand comes up and over, down towards you. Or if you want, you can take the left hand behind you, grab the right inner thigh. Remember to take it to where suits you. Everyone's at a different point in their yoga practice. Option 1, hands on the thigh. Option 2, grabbing the inner left thigh. That's it. Inhale, coming back to center. Warrior 2. Good. Pausing here. Let's take into extended side angle. Bending the right forearm, taking the left arm up and over. Or taking the hand down towards the floor, one arm down, one hand up. Or if you have it in your practice, you can take the bind here. Entirely up to you. That's it. Good. You're taking the bind, taking the left shoulder back. Very good. That's it. One more breath here. Releasing the bind, coming back into extended side angle. Good. Inhale, coming all the way back up to center. Engaging the core. Beautiful. Now let's take it into triangle pose. So straighten the right knee. Wimble the hand. Reach the right hand forward, creating space, and bring the right hand down on the inside of the shin, and the left hand comes up. So you can take the gaze up towards the fingertips. Reaching the arms up and down in opposite directions. Beautiful postures here. Very good. Holding here for one more breath. Good. On an inhale, coming all the way back up. Now you can place the hand on the waist and turn the right toes in, left toes into you, face the long edge of your mat. Bring your chest and eyes up towards the ceiling. You take it into a gentle back bend. Exhale as you fold forward. Coming down with a straight spine, turning the toes in and the heels out if they're not there ready. Releasing the hands and place them on the floor. Option 1, the hands can stay on the floor. Option 2, you can see if you can grab the heels from behind and lengthen yourself forward and down. The knees can be bent or the knees can be straight. It's entirely up to you. Good. Your goal one day is to get the forehead down towards the floor. Doesn't touch the floor now, that's fine. Go into where's accessible for you right now. Good. Let's take one more deep breath here. When you're ready, place the hands back on the waist. Inhale, coming all the way up again. Going to turn the right toes forward and the left toes in. Going to bring the hands behind you into reverse prayer or grabbing the opposite elbow. It's entirely up to you. Take it into a back bend. Bring your chest and your eyes up. Good. Exhale as you fold forward. Forward toward the knees. Or where's available for you today? The knee can be straight or be bent. That's it. Good. Hold in here. Nice. And when you're ready, after your next breath, releasing the hands, placing the hands on the feet, and stepping the left leg forward to join the right. Inhale, coming all the way up, hands out, hands over the head, palms touch, back bend, hands in the heart center, hands down by your side. Let's do the other side. Inhale, hands come out and up, arching your spine. Forward fold. Halfway lift. Jump or step back into plank once more. Or stepping up with the left leg. Nice. Taking your time, coming down, your choice. And resting whenever you want to upward facing dog or cobra. Downward dog. Holding your down dog for 2 breaths, adjusting your feet. That's it. Good. Gaze between the big toes or towards the navel again, arching the spine. Beautiful. In your own time, take the left leg up nice and high. Left leg stepping all the way forward as far as possible. Using your blocks if you need to. Coming up, warrior one once again. Sweeping the hands, putting up, palms together or hands apart. That's it. Check out the left knee. Make sure it's not overshooting. Good. Holding here, coming back to your breath. Beautiful postures here. Let's take it into warrior 2 when you're ready. Drawing the shoulders down away from the ears. Palms parallel to the floor. Adjusting your feet if you need to. That's it. The right knee straight. Lengthen the arms. Make sure the back hand's in line with the front hand. Beautiful. That's it. Good. And reversing the warrior once more. Right hand back at the thigh. Left hand up and over. Or taking the right hand behind you. Taking it to wherever you want to today. That's it. That's the beauty of yoga. Everyone's got a different pace. That's it. One more breath here. Coming back to center when you're ready. Warrior 2. Keeping the left knee bent. If possible, extended side angle and taking the posture to where you did on the previous side. Stay in option 1. Option 2, palms down on the floor or taking the bind again. Keeping the chest open where possible. That's it. Good. Holding here again. Nice. When you're ready, everyone meet back an extended side angle. Coming all the way up once more. Good. Pause in there. And when you're ready, triangle bow trikonasana. Straighten the left knee. Reaching the left hand forward. So creating the space first of all. Wiggle the hand. Left hand down. Right hand up. Look up towards the fingertips again. Taking the right arm up to line the shoulders here as much as possible. You can bring your right hand on the waist and allow you to open your shoulders a bit more and then taking the right hand up again. That's it. Yeah, there you go. That's it. When you're ready, coming all the way up again. Hands on the waist once more and turning the left toes in to face the long edge of your mat. So turn the toes in, heels out. Back bend in again, chest and eyes up. Exhale and folding forward. I'm laughing with you, that's it. Option 1 again, hands on the floor or grabbing the heels. Or anything else you have in your practice, feel free to do so here. Lengthen the spine, that's it. Spine nice and straight. Excellent. One more breath here. Pull yourself further forward if you can, Lucy, but looking good. Excellent, nice. There you go. Hands back on the waist. Coming all the way up once more. From your wide-legged forward fold. Turn the left toes forward and the right toes in, coming back to the top of your mat. Hands behind you. Grabbing the opposite elbow or in reverse prayer. That's it for Parvatsasana. Take your back up, chest up, and coming forward and down. You can go a bit further this time. That's it, you've got it. Nice, that's it. And when you're ready, releasing the hands once more. Palms flat on the floor, stepping the right leg forward. Bring your foot close to your knees, and then inhale, coming up, all the way up again. Palms touch if possible, taking your back bend. Hands return to center, hands down by your side. This time, let's take it into chair pose, Utkatasana. Bend the knees and sit down, and sweeping the hands forward and up. You're going to take the weight back and heels, the feet together apart. Remember to accommodate for your body. That's it, good. Bring the hands into the heart center. Palms flat on the floor. Jump or step back into plank once more. And this time, let's hold plank for 3 breaths. That's it. Push the heels away from you. That's it. Ensuring the hips don't collapse too much. That's it. Good. Remember, coming back to your breath. Inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the nose. When you're ready, let's take it to side plank with the right hand directly beneath your face and coming onto the outside edge of your right foot. You can come onto the forearm or keep the right knee bent to show the variation here. That's it. Thank you, Lucy, for the option there. That's it. Good. Hold in there for 1 more breath. When you're ready, coming back into plank. Hold it for 2 breaths. Coming down when you're ready. Upward facing dog or cobra, and then downward dog. And when you're ready, take the right leg up nice and high. Right leg comes all the way forward between the hands. Come up into warrior 1. Excellent. And let's now do warrior 3. Taking the weight into your right leg, lift your back leg up. Good. Holding here for a few breaths. That's it. Good. Nice postures. Coming back into warrior 2. Left leg returns to the floor. Separating the hands once more. Let's take it into extended side angle. Bend the right forearm, left arm up and over. Good. Coming back up when you're ready. And straighten the right knee. Let's take it into triangle, Trikonasana. Wing with the hands, right hand down, left hand up, look up towards the fingertips. Good. Coming back to center when you're ready. And this time you're going to bring your hands into prayer and turn and face the long edge of your mat. We're going to do goddess pose. So turn the toes away from each other, bring the heels in, bend the knees and sit down. Tucking the butt under, bringing the chest up, close the eyes and taking the focus on the inside. I'd like to remind you all while we're here that you can download the PDF and upgrade your package for this weekend. Bend the knees and sit down a bit deeper. That's it. Good. That's it. Bring your chest up and back a bit more loose if you can. That's it. 1 more breath here. Good. And then when you're ready, you're going to straighten the knees. You can jump or set the feet together and come back to the top of your mat. And let's do the other side. And we'll come down to the floor after this shortly. Bend the knees once more. Sit down. Sweeping the hands forward and up. That's it. Bend the knees. See if you get the knees in line with the ankles. That's it. Good. Bring your hands into the heart center. And fold forward and down. That's it. Jump or step back into plank again. Hold your plank. Good. Engaging the core. Pushing the heels back. That's it. Good. You can come on to the knees. Option 1. Keeping the knees straight. Option 2. Remember to modify to suit you. Coming to side plank on the other side. Left hand directly beneath your face. Rolling onto the outside edge of your left foot. And bringing the hand up. Or taking the hand down. Good. We've got the variations here on screen. Beautiful. That's it. Hold in here. Coming back to center when you're ready. Coming down, yogi's choice. Downward dog when you're ready. Good. And in your own time, left leg up nice and high. Left leg comes all the way forward. Come up into warrior one. Left, right heel down. That's it. Bend the left knee slightly more. Body's getting, that's it. Beautiful. Warrior three. Take the weight into your right leg and lift your back leg up. Coming down into a T shape. Or you can stay in warrior one. This is entirely up to you. Excellent. Hold in here for one more breath. Remember to breathe. Good. When you're ready, sometimes we fall out that spine. Warrior two. And that's yoga. Being yoga is getting back into the posture. Excellent. Bend the knee a bit more. That's it. Good. When you're ready, exhale, knee side angle. Coming all the way up again. Straighten the left knee. And take it into your triangle pose, reaching forward and down. Creating the space. Bring the right hand up. Take the right hand back if you can. And create more space there. Chest up. Heart open here. Good. Coming back up when you're ready. Hands into prayer. Let's do Goddess once more. Turn the left toes in. Toes away from each other. Bend the knees and sitting down. Let's take it a bit further this time. Bring the knees back. And tune into any sensations that you have. Send the breath there if you need it and let them go. That's it. Try to ensure they're good sensations. If the sensations are too intense, remember to back out of the posture. That's it. One more breath. Good. Looking good. Sit a bit deep if you can, ladies. There you go. That's it. You're going to kill me. And then straighten the knees when you're ready. Jump the feet together. And come back to your front. That's it. Good. So we're going to do a flow here, coming down into child's pose, but you choose how you come down. So we'll do the yin part of the class. So when you're ready, come to the top of your mat so that they're ready, and begin. You can jump or step back and then coming into your child's pose. Bring the knees out, bring the big toes to touch. And pause in here for a couple of breaths. Using your props where appropriate again. Remember, the props are there to make the postures more accessible. I love using props personally as well. And when you're ready, bring the hands beneath the shoulders, come into your tabletop position. And come into downward facing dog. You can just stretch out here before we come down to the floor completely. That's it. Good. And from here, come into tabletop once more. I'm going to do pigeon pose. From here, we're going to spread the fingers nice and wide. Wrist beneath the shoulder. You're going to bring the right knee behind the right wrist. Use your left hand to bring the right foot forward. Taking the left leg back if you can. And we can stay upright. And if you want to, and if that's intense in your knee, you can place a blanket beneath your knee or double your mat up. I'm going to stay here for about 2 minutes. Align the hips as much as possible. That's it. You can place a block beneath your right buttocks to keep the hips level. That's it. You've got it. Good. And if you wish, you can come down to sleeping swan when you're ready. You can use a cushion like Zelia's done here if the block's too high. Or staying upright is entirely up to you. Close the eyes if that's available for you today once more. Coming back to your stillness. Coming back to your breath. Tuning into any sensations of the body. Send the breath to wherever you need it and letting it go. As we work deep into the muscles, deep into the fascia, creating stillness not only in the body but also in the mind as well. Coming out of the posture, if you find it a little bit too intense, that we're coming towards the end now, so nicely held. Taking a nice deep long inhale through the nose and exhaling through the nose. Inhaling and exhaling. When you're ready, you're going to come out of the posture, place the palms flat on the floor and push yourself up into downward dog, removing any props you may have so they're out of the way. And stretch your body out in whichever way you feel suitable right now before we go to the other side. That's it, good. And in your own time, when you're ready, come into tabletop once more. And bring the left knee behind the left wrist. Taking your hand and bringing the leg a little bit more forward if you can. Extending the right leg back, aligning the hips and using the blocks beneath the left buttocks. Or the right thigh. Hands, palms flat on the floor, on the fingertips. And coming down, stay upright for a while, and coming down when you're ready. Coming back to your breath. Relaxing into the posture. And using the breath to allow you to go a little bit deeper. Remember, your breath is your prana, your life force. Allowing the breath to inform you how you're feeling right now. Slowing the breath down if you need to. Allowing the hips, so tuning with the hips, see how they feel, how the body feels. That's it. Sometimes less is more. Backing out of the posture to go deeper. Creating stillness, looking good here. Taking some nice, long and deep breath. As you move a little bit deeper into the posture. So moving into the space you're creating. So as you inhale, you create the space, and as you exhale, you move into the space. Take a nice, deep, long inhale for the nose. Exhaling the breath. Exhale the breath once more. And on the next inhale, coming out of the posture in a way that suits you. Taking it to downward dog again, walking the posture out. Before we come onto the abdomen. So come onto your front. Well, let's do Sphinx pose here. So you're going to come onto your belly. You're going to bend your arms to the elbow, bring the elbows directly to the shoulders, palms flat on the floor. That's it. Good. You can keep the legs closed if you have no back issue. If you do take the legs further apart, it's entirely up to you. I'm going to hold this for about 2 minutes. But if you feel that's going to be, your head's going to feel heavy, have a block. You can place the block beneath your forehead. I'm going to start the timer now. Good. And close the eyes if available for you today again. Remember, your body is your best teacher. Listen to your body. If you want to take the posture further, what you can do is extend the hands and push the hands into the floor. And you work the middle part of the back here. You can stay where you are in this option. Remember, you have choices. That's it. Good. Nice, Lucy. Nice, Celia. Taking your time. Some days we come on the yoga mat, we just want to lie in savasana, and that's fine. That too is yoga. Coming back to the breath. It's not all about the asanas. That's the beauty of this practice. We all learn our yoga journey in the way in which we experience it. We're coming down towards the end. Taking some long and deep breath. Inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the nose once more. And when you're ready, you can come down. And you can make pillow with your hands and place your head on your hands and relax here for a few moments. You can move your hips from side to side if you want to. It's entirely up to you. Do what feels good for you right now. And when you're ready, you're going to push yourself up. And come into a seated position. We'll do butterfly pose. So come and sit on your bum. You can sit on a block if you like I'm going to do here. I'm going to bring the soles of the feet together. Bring our fingers together and place them over the toes. Inhale, lengthen, and exhale, coming forward and down. Having the feet placement where it feels good for you. You don't have the heels close to the groin. And allow yourself to release and come down. It's a very good releasing posture. Again, if you wish, you can place a block beneath the forehead and relax the forehead here again. Check with how you're breathing again. Sometimes we lose sight of the breath. The breath can be our best friend or worst enemy. But by learning how to connect to our breath, we can learn how to utilize our breath in the best way possible. And it's something we can take into our everyday life. Allowing yourself to go deeper, letting go. Always coming back to your breath. Go into your edge. Having no comparisons with anybody else. It's your practice. It's your body. Now coming down towards the end, taking 2 long and deep breaths. Slowly coming out when you're ready. Extend your legs, give them a gentle shake if you like. I'm going to come onto our backs into supported bridge pose. So have your props ready. So coming down, you can extend your legs in front of you. You can place your hands across your chest. So you come down really weird. Coming down in a way that's comfortable for you. You can have your hands across your chest, hold the hands in front of you, and lower yourself down slowly and with control. So you're going to have your part, you're going to bend your knees, walk your heels close to the buttocks, and see if you can touch tickle your heels with your index finger. Have your blocks to hand. I'm going to lift the hips up and place your block beneath your lower back. That's it. There you go. There you go. That's it. Good. You can place the palms, the hands back on the floor, the palms facing up. You can stay here, hold you here for about 3 minutes. And if you want to take it, you can stay here, option 1 when you're ready. But option 2 for you is you can extend the legs away from you and take the arms over the head. But it's entirely up to you. Taking the posture a little bit further. Get a nice stretch here. Remember, do what feels good for you. You can close the eyes again if that's available for you. Just having a relaxed gaze on the tip of the nose. And if you find that the level you have the block on, you'd like to get further, you can turn the block up a notch. If you'd like to take it into a deeper back bend. That's it, there you go. Allow yourself to feel nice and supported. Have the block near the sacrum, not on the back. There you go. Good. Bringing the chin in towards the chest. And try not to move your head when you're in this posture. If you find that your mind is wandering, gently bring it back to the breath. Equal inhales and exhales. Keeping the breath nice and simple. We're coming towards the end. So you're going to take the block down to the previous level. You can stay where you are before we come out completely. And when you're ready, lifting the hips up, removing the block. Bringing the knees in towards the chest, giving yourself a nice big hug here. Just gently rolling from side to side. Good. And let's introduce a twist here. So what we can do here is take the hands out into a T shape. You can keep the knees together if you want to, or you can take eagle legs if you want to. It's entirely up to you. Bring the knees all the way over towards the right. That's it, good. You can have the hands in cactus arms if you're limited on space, that's it. You can keep the gaze towards the ceiling or taking the head in the opposite direction. Get a nice final twist here, that's it. Hold in here for 6 breaths minimum. Good. After your 6th breath, you're going to come back to center. And if you've got eagle legs, swap the legs over and go to the other side, but go at your own pace. You might notice a difference on one side to the other. Keeping the shoulders on the floor, so try not to compromise the posture by allowing the knees to come down with the shoulders coming up. Keeping the shoulders down, that's your goal here. Again, here for 6 breaths. Coming back to center in your own time. Bringing the knees in towards the chest when you unwrap them. And let's take happy baby pose here. Soles of feet towards the ceiling. Bring the knees out to the side into the armpits. Then bring the hands and grab the outsides of the blades of the feet. Pull the feet down. You can stay here or rocking from side to side. That's it. Allowing yourself to give your spine a nice gentle massage here. Good. Let's do that twice more on each side. Releasing the hands when you're ready. The feet when you're ready. And coming into your Savasana. Extend your legs away from you. Again, taking as much space you like. Using your blankets if you like. Close the eyes if available for you once more. Connecting with the breath. And try not to let your mind wander off to whatever you have to do for the rest of the day. Still giving your body your full and undivided attention. Your toes, your feet, and your ankles are relaxed. Shins, thighs, hips, and pelvis are relaxed. Lower, middle, upper back are relaxed. Stomach, chest, and shoulders are relaxed. Fingers, wrists, arms, and elbows are relaxed. Back of the head, top of the head are relaxed. Eyes, nose, and mouth are completely relaxed. And tuning with how you're feeling right now from when you started your practice. Do you feel more energized, more relaxed? And now let's start to bring the awareness back to the body and the movement. You can start by wriggling the fingers, the toes, rotating the wrists, rotating the ankles in one direction and then in the opposite direction. Taking whatever stretch resonates with you, you bring the legs together, pointing the toes, taking the arms over the head and giving your body what you feel you need in this moment. When you're ready, bending the knees once more. Give yourself a nice big squeeze again. Give yourself some self-love. Know that anything that you need, you have in you right now. You can roll backwards and forwards as well and coming up to an easy seat position. You can either come into an easy seat or kneeling position, you choose. And let's finish with one long and deep breath together. You can place your palms together in Namaskar. Close the eyes again if that's available for you. The highest light in me truly honors the highest light in you. Thank you for allowing me to lead you in your practice today. And thank yourself for giving yourself the gift of yoga. You're going to bring your head down towards your heart. Thank you. Bring your head back up, allowing the eyes to gently open.
Donna, thank you so much. That was such a beautiful class. Thanks to you. Thanks to your...
Yeah. I'd love to thank my lovely assistants, Lucy and Zia. They've made it so much easier for me. But thank you for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. My first SOULFest.
Exactly. I wanted to give them a thanks too. Their demonstrations really helped. Thank you so much to all of you. Thanks for taking the time and really helping us to start out this first morning on SOULFest with such good energy and practice that's, really great for everyone, for everybody. And I know I saw the comments. People were really enjoying it. So thank you so much. And so good to see you, Donna.
Likewise, I hope to see you again. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the festival as well.
Yeah, so I just wanted to hop on to say to everyone watching, give you a little intro into what you can expect next. Coming up, we have an all access session. So if you want to take part in this session and you don't have your all access ticket, get back into that Eventbrite link and purchase an all access ticket. This is going to be a mindful meditative coloring session. And I am really excited about this. I know a lot of you are. Adult coloring is like the biggest fad, and it's so relaxing working with colors and symbols for our mind. So if you don't have your all access ticket, go get it on Eventbrite, and you will get a link. If you do have your all access ticket and you're confused about where your link is, it's in your confirmation email. You just have to scroll down. That's a special link for our all access ticket holders. There's also in there a link to download and print out your PDF for the next session. The next session is going to be on a private Zoom link where I hope you'll all join us. We want to thank all of you for being here today, and really special thanks to our all access ticket holders. You are what helped to make this festival possible. This festival is made possible because of you, and it helps people to access their free tickets. So we really want to thank you. We're going to meet over in Zoom now. Otherwise, for our free ticket holders, we love you. We appreciate you. Take a breath, take a break, do what you need to do, and we'll see you back here at noon. So thanks, everyone. Looking forward to this great weekend together.
What I've learned from growing up in Mexico and my grandmother is that you can make something beautiful from very simple ingredients. Everything that we're using is natural. That's what I'm trying to keep within what we create. Make it work and make it be simple, but make it effective.
Martha created Life Elements with this idea that all the elements of life are out there and they're pretty simple. But when you combine them all, it can create magic. Our products are made for people who care not only what they put in their body, but what they put on it. That's really the essence of what we're trying to do. They can help reduce pain. They can help improve the quality of your skin. It's for people to live healthy.
We are one of the very few that is actually making our own product, sourcing the ingredients, working with the farmers to help grow what we're going to be using. That's what makes us different, is that we have control from beginning to end. from the time it comes into our hands to the time it goes into your hands.
Hi, I'm Shari, and I have the best job ever. I share yoga with toddlers through teens of all abilities. Kids yoga is loud, fun, and playful. You can learn how to share yoga with children too in our 30-hour certification course.
You'll receive our 242-page comprehensive manual and a certificate of course completion.
Find your inner child all over again and come play yoga.
There we go. Hello, welcome back. My name is Ingrid Vaquero. I'm here as SOULFest volunteer and excited to have you here. Our next session that's coming up is a community conversation featuring Amambir Singh. So he'll be joining us shortly. Here we go. Hi, Amambir. How are you? Can you hear me well? Yes, it's on. Just want to make sure that you have your volume. You're not muted. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Oh, good, good. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for participating in SOULFest. We're so excited to have you. And this is our first community conversation of this weekend's Soul festivities. So really wanted to introduce you. I'm Ambir Singh. You're a Kundalini teacher, a yoga therapist, and an actual acupuncturist practitioner as well. Thank you so much for hosting this session.
Thank you. Thank you. It's wonderful to be able to offer this to the community. And with this conversation today, we're looking at the diversity, inclusion, transformation for the yoga community. And so this is an ongoing conversation that all of us in wellness, all of us in the yoga community can deeply benefit from the conversation. And a big part of there's so much to share. So in the context, when we look at racism, this is something that has been instituted over the last few hundred years, but a system that's so ingrained in different parts of our society and world. And recently, I was able to hold with Dr. Arya, who's a professor on. Can we post on the banner that people can ask? Yes, yes, please, yeah. People can ask. And with Arya, who's a professor at St. John's University, is who teaches diversity inclusion in the medical field and pharmaceutical field. And Dean, South Africa, who's done a lot for the reconciliation in South Africa after apartheid. And we put together this training for the yoga community, and it was like 30 hours. Even in those 30 hours, we feel like it wasn't even touching the tip of the iceberg of this topic. And so within this conversation now, this is just like an opening dialogue. And just to give you just something to really consider, it's for each of us to continue doing the work. It's the same way that I see the dynamic of anatomy and human physiology for yoga teachers. It's something that we can learn in terms of the medical field and advancements. It's something that we will continue to learn about because there's so much to understand with the body, just like there is to understand with this body of diversity and inclusion. And with this topic, that's only like one part of it is the relation, but there's diversity inclusion in terms of gender, sexuality, ethnicity, all these different dynamics of understanding where people are coming from. And so for all of us in the wellness field, whether it's yoga, Reiki, astrology, we're here to serve people and to make a welcoming and safe environment for all those who come to us. Now, although that's definitely a mantra of many practitioners, the has definitely highlighted and really amplified last year of these very powerful movements to bring awareness, bring a light to the inequality that still is so ingrained in our society and the yoga community, is to understand that it's for each and one of us to honestly look at ourselves and to look at how we make a fully welcoming space. So one yoga community that I get to teach at and full at is a dear friend, Siddhi Rishi. So she opened a studio. And so on her platform is mostly people of color, many predominantly Black women. And the common thing that feedback she was getting from all these people coming to her course, and Siddhi Rishi is Black as well, was that it's the first time, this on Zoom because it started during the pandemic, that it was the first time that they felt fully safe. Now, some people, and then talking to these women, some did have horrible experience going to yoga studios, dealing with microaggressions. A microaggression, like a comment is just like, about someone's hair, or can I touch your hair? It's like, those are like little microaggressions that can happen in yoga space that can seem but can be greatly triggering to wounds that are already there, wounds that are already in place, that if we're not of, then we are taking away from that safety and that welcoming and that inclusion in a yoga environment. And also within making a more diverse space, there are simple things that we can do. And so one is whoever the owner of the studio, as well as the teachers of the studio, continue to educate themselves. Just like you would want someone to themselves that's work postures and work on shifting the body, or a wellness practitioner, to educate themselves about health and healing, wellness. Same thing in terms of a yoga space, to understand and keep learning about diversity, about making inclusive space, and be uncomfortable. One of the greatest challenges that comes up often in the wellness community from all different fields throughout is two concepts. One concept is the manifest destiny, which is the colonial concept that we can manifest our reality. And so there's no necessarily a wellness community training, but I feel like it'd be the first chapter. It's like what you put out there, you attract. And it seems simple, and it's like all of us have learned it from the different fields of the wellness community. But the challenge that can come up with that is when we say that your mindset is what determines your prosperity. So if your mindset is not in a great space, what it doesn't take into account is people's lives. And so understanding what may be stacked against a person in terms of gender, payment, quality, in terms of if someone is transgendered and dealing with the inequality that from opportunity to distance in even a wellness community, that can also be a detriment to people's prosperity. Racial inequality, sexuality, bias as well. These are all factors that we have to consider. So it's a very different story to say like this dynamic of like, as long as your mind is positive, you'll attract the positivity and you'll be prosperous and wealthy. And keeping a blind eye to all these other obstacles that are in the way. Now, granted, there is truth to it that we see in our lives that when our mind is of a more supportive space, that when we can be clear within ourselves, then we can handle the challenges of life a little bit seamlessly. But it's important to take note of that, to not say it's black or white.
Hi, Amanbir.
Hi.
We're just going to stop you for a minute because this content you're giving is so deeply important, and we're having a little trouble hearing you. We want to make sure that our audience can really hear and benefit from everything you're sharing. So we were thinking maybe we could take a pause. Maybe you can do a restart, get a little bit of a clearer connection, we hope. Because I don't want any of your message to get lost.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. Sorry, guys. You know how it goes. Live show and technology. So we'll give Amanbir a second to do a restart.
Okay.
I'll let him sign off, and I'll keep you entertained as much as I can from up here in the Catskills. Hi, everyone. My name is Lara Land. I'm one of the co-producers of SOULFest with New York Life Yoga Magazine, New York Yoga Life Magazine. We're really excited. We want to thank you again for participating in this festival, this free SOULFest festival global event. Over 700 of you are registered to participate today and tomorrow. So, wow. I've seen folks sign in from Istanbul, South Korea, Chile, Canada, as well as all over the US. Let us know in the comments where you are streaming in from. We just love to see the participation from all over the world. As you know, many of our presenters are from all over the world as well. Singapore, the UK, Mexico. It's really, really exciting to feel connected during this time when we are so disconnected, and also to get to see environments all over the world. So maybe we can feel like we're traveling a bit during this weekend. I'm hoping Amanbir can get back on and get a stronger connection from you, because this community conversation is so important to us and to the soul of SOULFest. Amanbir, I see you're back. I hope it's a little bit of an easier stream for you.
Yeah, I restarted the router, so hopefully, is it coming through clear now?
I hear you great over here. Those of you listening on YouTube, maybe someone can let me know, or let someone from our team know in the chat if that's sounding better. Maybe just continue where you were, and hopefully that's a little bit smoother. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So I was just speaking about one of the huge challenges is a core philosophy that I feel is among the yoga and wellness community was manifest destiny. And so the power of manifestation. So this concept in itself is a colonial concept that doesn't matter whose land it is. If we vision that we will create a society there, we will go there and build a society. And it doesn't matter who we push out. And so this colonial concept of manifest destiny has been kind of translated and morphed within the wellness community to create sometimes what I really experience when I hear from others, a very black and white perspective, where it's like either your mindset and your vibration is high and you will be prosperous and you will manifest, or it's not. And what I was saying is not to say that whole concept is invalid, but there's definitely important considerations to bring to it with sharing it with your clients and sharing it as part of your community and your trainings, is to take in regards the different obstacles to prosperity that exist within our world beyond the mindset. And it can be a very sensitive topic. You know, this is where someone in conversation might be like, well, no, it's your vibration. It's like they're adamant about this kind of philosophy that's been so ingrained in the wellness community. But the opportunity as we go forward in this age, and for those in the astrology community, as we go deeper into the age of Aquarius, and especially in this year, that's known as a big year of like really breaking out of the comfort zones of our mind to expand our capacity to help people, is to really confront ourselves, even in the ideas that we've grown so comfortable within, and the things that we may know for certain. Like even QAnon, like I started getting messages from people in the wellness industry that were part of QAnon. They were like, Nancy Pelosi's getting arrested. And that was like a week ago. I'm like, she's not being arrested. But it was like, they believed it was like reality. It's just like it was set. And so, and there was no convincing otherwise, except now. And so these mindsets that we have, is to understand that every mindset that we have, every value that we have, it's an opportunity to look at how does it allow us to connect deeper to the whole, as opposed to just what we're comfortable in. And so if this is a concept that, like you've been teaching for 30, 40 years about manifestation, this is something to really just consider. Just consider in terms of how you can have a deeper reach for others within that perspective. And so that is definitely one of the obstacles that has come across. And like in conversation with my friend Siddhi Rishi's community that I'm a part of, this is definitely something that can create like there's a gap in the bridge of connection where people do not feel welcome in an environment. And also denying people's experiences. Like, racism, gender inequality is all just in your mind. And if you just are in the right vibration, it won't exist for you. You won't see it because you only can see what you are vibrating with. But there's this measure that, although we could say in like real macrocosmic view, this wall here is an illusion, we still are governed by this reality, by what we call Maya in the yoga world, the world of illusion. And so I still have to honor that this wall exists, although in a real esoteric sense, the wall doesn't exist. And so this is definitely one big detriment that comes from the wellness industry. And the second thing that is also really pervasive in our community as a real obstacle is where this concept that we are all one. And even with the work that I started speaking on and posting it more on social media this year, with confronting and looking at racism within the yoga community, homophobia within the racism community, yoga community, transphobia, these a common reply would be, I don't see race, we're all one. Or I don't see gender, we're all one. I don't see sexuality, we're all one. And that's beautiful. And even in conversations that I've had with some others, like, because there was a huge time during the Black Lives Matter movement that I was getting a lot of people wanting to do like Instagram lives with me. And and which was really beautiful. But even in one conversation, someone was just like, with their kids, they teach them that they're all one, and they see everyone as all one. And I caught it, but I didn't catch it until afterwards. And I was like, oh yeah, there is something beautiful with this. But again, here's like the looking at all things. How can we bridge that to serve the whole? And so the challenge that comes up with simply saying we're all one, just like this wall that exists but doesn't exist, is to, yes, we're all one. We all are the same species in theory. We're all are forms of energy and manifested form, manifest. But to honor that we do have different experiences, and to honor that this world, one of the way they look at things is through judging, is through skin color. Many societies have been built around this. And maybe turban color is not, or shirt color is not. Although in some communities, like even you must wear all white because that's the pure color. Again, another microaggression because it's like, okay, white is pure, so black is what? Or dark colors are what? They're not pure, are they low vibration? So within the dynamic of looking at we're all one is the same thing, where we can deny people's experiences. So we can deny the racism that they may experience in their life, the homophobia they may have experienced in their life, the transphobia, the gender inequality, even sexism, the chauvinistic behavior projected onto them. We can deny their experiences and not give, and if people kind of, just to say it bluntly, like buy into it, that we're all one and that's it, is if someone does have unresolved trauma, they may just suppress it in order to adhere to that philosophy instead of actually going through a transformation of that experience, the painful experience, and to really just sit with their experience, sit with the trauma that they've faced in their life, the inequality they face in their life, and use meditative tools, wellness tools to give them more strength to look at it and then give it an opportunity to transform. Whereas just the mindset, we're all one, can sometimes not give the space or the room to actually go through the transformation part. And then it goes into denial. And within the we're all one, this philosophy also is so strong. And when you try to engage some members in the wellness community about this, it's like hitting a wall, where it's just like, no, we're all one, that's it. No, we're all one, sorry. And you know, the extreme of it where it gets out of touch with reality is like someone going up to someone suffering and starving in the streets who may be homeless, and they ask for money, and you're like, oh no, we're all one, so I'm okay, so you're okay. You know, it's that kind of out of touch with our ability to connect others. So that's like an extreme example, although maybe some of you have heard something similar enough. It might show up on that Instagram account, Overheard in New York or LA. But it's this is also something that we have to look at within the wellness community, is we are all one. And yes, we are all one, but when we teach this and we utilize this, it's encouraging people to create the space to confront their resentments, to confront those things that divide us. But in that process, it's important to look. So it's a totally different approach to kind of the spirituality or the essence in these wellness communities that may be on a foundation of the same thing that, you know, was instituted with the church as a dogma. Like, okay, this is what you will believe, and that's what it is. And that same dogmatic quality can come through in the wellness industries. Like, this is what it is, we're all one and nothing else. And so the opportunity is to look at it in a different way and say, okay, we're all one, but how are we all one? And how can we honor everyone has a different experience and different levels of obstacles in front of them, but still understand that we're all one. So it just encourages us to have a broader conversation. And within that conversation that we can have, sometimes we'll make mistakes. And in that process of educating ourselves, we will make mistakes. So those two things I just mentioned are two core things to look at. The third thing that comes up a lot, it's not necessarily a core part of the wellness industry, but in the anti-racism training that I held for yoga people in the yoga community, and just talking to people about this in my classes as well, the biggest thing that people say is that they just don't want to make mistakes, that they don't want to say the wrong thing. And people, and as we can see for online, is the cancel culture can be really strong, especially in America. It's like when before pre-COVID, when I was traveling the world, people always say like, wow, it's so intense in America. Or like in the Kundalini community, there's a huge revelation with the teacher of this tradition, or the main teacher of this tradition, who passed away with sexual abuse, homophobia, discrimination, all these different things came up. And it really hit an extreme space in the American community. But going to other countries, it was just like, wow, Americans are having a really hard time processing it. And here in America, just things can be very polarized, as we get to see in this last year, or even currently, it's very polarized. The storming of the Capitol, very polarized situation. And so people, especially in American, I think it's more of an American situation, but for the world, online, like being able to make a statement like, I support Black lives. Someone might be afraid just to say that statement because it can be perceived in the wrong way. and then they don't necessarily want to be canceled online. Or in the process of educating themselves, they may feel like, what qualifications do I have in order to speak on race if I don't have an experience of being a person of color or being LGBTQIA plus community, or being a woman to speak on women's rights, because you don't have the lived experience, and you may make mistakes because you can't use your experience as a shield. And granted, there is that kind of challenge that can come up, but the opportunity is to really just see it as a process of education, that and acceptance that you will make mistakes, but to speak on it is more powerful and shows more than to not speak on it. And at the same time, to be open to the feedback that comes through, although some of it can be very harsh, but to still be open to the feedback. So one woman who I trained, who's also an astrologer, she, I think it was about George Floyd. It might have been about Breonna Taylor. It was one of the two. And she did a whole astrological chart of George Floyd, and on her social media, and like celebrating like his death, and like, look at his chart, and he was born here to sacrifice his life to bring about this movement. And it was really like glamorized astrological reading of George Floyd's chart without the family's permission. And granted, if we read the chart of a celebrity, this is like, okay, they're out in the public domain. Sure, read the chart of a celebrity. But when we're talking about someone who's been killed by police officers, who's been murdered by police officers, and especially a big part of that is the dynamic of their race as the reason why they were killed, this is something that was very, people felt very violated in seeing this. And so there's so many comments, just like, how dare you, what is this, what is this? And I felt like she handled it really well, and like she just issued an apology, apologies. I was just trying to like put something out there from, my perspective of seeing things with astrology, but I do not have a right to speak, to glorify this Black person's death. And I realized the problem in that, and I will continue to educate myself. And I felt like that was just so valid. That was just, even though there was kind of the cringe factor of posting the chart like that, it was still, you saw the effort within, as opposed to not speaking about it at all. So these are, so that's like one example, like someone made a mistake, but they took hold of it and they used it as a learning experience, not only for themselves, but for their community. And this is something that we just have to have the courage to face. It's just like, we will be uncomfortable at times, but just like yoga is uncomfortable, the healing process is uncomfortable, looking for astrology community, looking at our Pluto transits may be uncomfortable, but it's worthwhile for how we can reach others and how we can keep this dialogue going to actually have that momentum and the space to have inclusion, to have the transformation happen. And that is something that is so key, is a transformation. So I just titled this brief conversation, Diversity, Inclusion, Transformation. And so diversity, of course, is a little bit more obvious, like how do we make our environments more diverse? Well, that's one way, is like using your platform, whatever platform you have, to speak about issues. And you can even speak about simply like, I read this book, or I read this article, or I watched this Instagram video, and these are my thoughts on it. What are your thoughts? And that in itself is already showing like, oh wow, okay, this teacher is at least focusing on this. I feel a little bit more welcome in this environment. So that's already making you or your business more welcoming. And then in terms of inclusion, for your promotion, what do you promote? Is like, look at the images that you promote. Is there actual inclusion in it? If you have a business, what's the inclusion factor in there? How can you make your environment more inclusive? And education is key, and then using your voice is also really powerful. But then the transformation is, as I mentioned it briefly before, is like, how do we sit with our experiences as Black people, gay people, whatever sets you apart in society as being other or being at a disadvantage because of prejudice. How can we take those things and transform it And so within our different wellness industries, that's where all of us can help others with their process of transformation through those aspects of continue to confront our viewpoints and see how they can reach the whole. And when we are supporting others in their personal transformation, like if I'm supporting someone, I don't identify as a woman, but if I were to help a woman through their issues that would be very different than my experiences as a man, then how do I hold space for that? And I can hold space for that by just listening, by continuing to educate myself. I can offer what experiences I have, but really just trying to look at it from the whole picture of how is my experience, whatever it may be, going to support and not deny this person's lived experience and their perceptions. And so, images are so important. I typically look for me in a business. Yeah, absolutely. So like one of my friends who's also like my astrology teacher, Rebecca Gordon. So we were having a conversation and we're talking about how white and how Eurocentric the astrology community is. And so like we want to do a little bit of work together to look more into the African roots of astrology and bring that out more. But something that she was saying in her business was that it was really hard before Black Lives Matter protests of last year to find stock images of Black people. When she would type it into these stock images websites, it was just like, kind of the worst images, like just really wouldn't fit for what she was promoting. And she really had to kind of dig and dig and dig. And she said after Black Lives Matter, it was a lot easier. And so just showing that type of mindfulness. Now, someone can be, and this also just reminds me of what you just said, just reminds me of another challenge is someone may think that they're not racist. Like, I don't have a racist bone in my body and I see we're all one. But then if they're only using images of white people in their business or only tailoring to a heteronormative kind of picture of their business, then you are unconsciously, of course, you're not consciously saying like, I don't want Black people here. I don't want to show people of color. I don't want to show gay people, trans people. But with not having that as part of your platform, then it's like, there's that question, is it a safe environment? And also like to speak on like microaggressions, that, because like, that's a real threat of going into a business and not knowing, is this business educating themselves? Or especially in the Kundalini yoga community, there's a lot of teachings about women's teachings and relationship teachings. And so for the women's teachings, for a woman who is transgendered, would they be welcome in that space? Like, is a teacher educated? So this is where like one of my friends, like Siddhisat, she puts in her women's workshops, like open to all women of all experiences. So it's just really clear for the trans experience that they're also welcome. And then also like in relationship courses, like, is it just going to be a heteronormative conversation, just man and woman, and that's it? Man-woman relationship, and that's it. And so the dialogue of how it's promoted also would make it more welcoming. Like, okay, it's a relationship workshop open to all forms of relationship, polyamorous, monogamous, bisexual, heteronormative, homosexual, whatever it may be, all the different aspects of the umbrella. Someone sees that in the promotional relationship and it's like, oh, okay, a safe environment, cool. I'm not going to go there and then say like, homosexuality just doesn't fit with the chakras or some weird conversation like that. So that's definitely where representation matters so much, and the continued education, because although you may not see color, you may not feel you're racist, we have these things called implicit biases. Whereas, if you grew up in a really predominantly white culture and you're used to seeing white people, that you may only promote with white faces and not think anything of that, although you may love all colors. So this is where taking courses and educating ourselves, reading articles, YouTube, coming to this conversation today is a little micro dot of the glacier, can help us and help people in our community. And just as a side note before questions, so with even doing the anti-racism training, which like a lot of students were reaching out to me, and I was just like, I feel like I'm not well equipped on it. I haven't studied anti-racism studies. So that's why I put together a team. I just give my experience as a trainer. But even in that course, I knew that I would also be taking it as a student. And there was so much that I was unpacking in terms of racism as a Black man that I realized was just like, oh my gosh, oh my upbringing, oh yeah, we have this. And it's just like, even, with tanning, is just like tanning in the sun, some members of my family, not my mom, but some members of my family, like, oh, you're getting dark. It's like something like that, just made me like think like, oh wow, look at the effects of racism within my own community and how it affects us. So there was like, I'm so glad that I did that course because it was unpacking for me as well. So the biggest thing that I've accepted is that this is a lifetime study. So same idea with the colonial consciousness, manifest destiny. In the wellness industry, we want instantaneous solutions. I do this meditation and I'm cured of this. I get the Reiki, I'm cured of my clinical depression. Like whatever it may be, instead of saying like, okay, there's a journey that happens here. So the process of unpacking racism there's no instantaneous answer. It's a lifetime experience. It's a lifetime experience maybe for the next generation and generation of that to continuously unpack it. So there's an acceptance that comes with it that can be really frustrating, where we want immediate solutions, of understanding that for all of us, our experience of unpacking and working through it will require a lifetime of effort. So I'd just like to open up to questions in this last kind of segment.
Yeah, that's such a wealth of information. Thank you so much. We do have questions from the audience, and I'm just going to pull a couple of them out. So Melissa, thanks so much for addressing dogma on yoga being similar to the dogma of organized religion. One of the things that came up was also from Julian was, I've seen a lot of gender essentialism in Kundalini classes where things are like mudras are for either men or women assumed as cis bodies, and there wasn't much space for non-binary GNC trans identities. Since you are in the Kundalini practice, do you have any additional information to share in regards to how to actually find that balance?
Yeah, well, I'm not making light of the revelations that happened in the Kundalini community regarding Yogi Bhajan last year, but what I can say, it's been the best thing for the organization of Kundalini Yoga, Kundalini Research Institute, KRI, which organizes and hosts all the trainings of the world, and that it made some of the kind of stuck segments of that organization have to liberate and have to kind of meet the times now. And so I recently taught in the level 3 training where it was the 4 trainers and 3 of us are people of color. So that's already a big shift in the organization. And also another big shift in the organization now is myself and others. Even I'm not a KRI, I'm not in the board, but I'm a teacher that gets my license through KRI. But one of the things that really been pushing for with others is this getting rid of this kind of really gender stuck narrative of like, if your women do this, if your man do this, and women are like X, Y, and Z, men are like X, Y, and Z, and it's so like polarizing. And even in the textbook, it's so polarizing. And it was only like, I think 10 years ago that they got rid of homosexuality is a perversion of the root chakra. So these really old, antiquated ideas and mindsets that are really disgusting were finally all like revolutionized. And now it's like the KRI is totally on board and just like change the textbook, change the writing. Now, one of the challenges comes up for those that are a little bit older in the community to actually get with the times and make the changes. And it's like from this context of like, imagine you've been teaching something solid for 30, 40 years and use your craft. And now this new generation is coming to you and saying like, no, gender is not binary. There's more than man and woman. It's kind of like, wait, oh. So this is where we have to be okay with being vulnerable. And also to shift away from the sense that teacher is the end all. Like teacher knows everything. Teacher is infallible. No, teacher still goes to the bathroom. Teacher still has mistakes. Teacher is just here to share their experience to you. So definitely we'll see more and more changes in the community. Some are a little bit slower depending on how dogmatic they are locked into it. But the organization itself that gives a certification is finally on board and is pushing for these changes.
That's great. It's progress.
Yeah.
Not perfection. We're trying to reach progress. That's great.
Yeah.
We have another question from Aaron. Do you have thoughts on distinguishing between performative acts plus virtual signaling? I'm thinking about the importance of sincerity and action based on sentiments.
Yeah. Well, virtue signaling. So when I did last year like a post on Black Lives Matter, and then I had a conversation with Dr. Arya Instagram Live, and then this woman commented, and she was just like, "This is virtue signaling," and I was like, "I have no clue what that is. What's a virtue signal?" I Googled it, and then it was like, oh, "Okay, it's a performative act, like you're pretending to be anti-racist or whatever it may be, or progressive," and then and I commented right away, and I was just like, this is the way you have to look at it. No matter what the comment is, most of the comments, you have to just look at it as opportunities for dialogue. And in a comment section, there's not going to be much dialogue. So I just simply said, well, for me, it's not virtue signaling. Definitely, this needs to be addressed more. And then I went straight to DMs. So I commented that, and I went straight to the DM, the direct messaging. And then we had a whole conversation. And she was like, there's so many in the Kundalini Yoga community, especially, that don't talk about these issues. And I was like, well, I have been talking about it in my classes for years, and I have the experience of being a Black person. But definitely, I see the gap with social media for me. I don't really post that often anyway, and I'm getting more comfortable with social media, but I definitely will continue to try to use that platform to spread the message. And she was just so thankful, and we had this really beautiful conversation. So the opportunity is for those that would consider themselves like, I don't want this to be seen as virtue signaling, is just keep the conversation going, and maybe it will be called out as virtue signaling, but just say, okay, I understand you see it that way, but I'm just going to keep doing my best to speak on it. And it's not saying like, you're wrong, this is not a virtue signal. It's just saying like, okay, I can see that, but it's just like, you don't have to be right. And this conversation is not about being right.
Oh, we lost your voice, Amambir.
Oh,
okay. There you are. Great.
Okay. I'm back.
It's all about having it's about having those uncomfortable conversations and just having the courage to just, acknowledge and be self-aware. So that's great and informative. Let's see. We have one more question from Melissa. Do you feel yoga has discussed colorism as much as being anti-racist?
Now, this is one of the things with colorism. Not as much. And this also can be because when we look at yoga, the roots of yoga coming from India, colorism is a much older and more entrenched system than racism. Colorism goes even back to the worship of the deities in Indian society. And it's something that I'm continuing to educate myself on. Dr. Arya helped to inform me more about this idea of colorism within the Indian community. And colorism, though, we can see is pervasive in not only from India, but also within racism as well, like dark as bad, white is good. And so the conversation on colorism in America is not as dominant because of racism really being more of the issue at hand. But there is, even in the Black community, with the example I gave in my family, me getting a tan is just oh, you're getting dark. That's not, it's racism, but it's also colorism. There's a certain value placed among color. And I would feel like this conversation, maybe less so, especially for those that are not people of color, to have a conversation on colorism also ties into that idea oh, they don't have the lived experience. There's no colorism necessarily in, from the white experience. But it's definitely also something relevant that to bring up, and also to understand because we can say that, you know, racism itself is a certain age, but to understand that colorism existed beyond that in certain societies.
Just wanted to, okay, I lost you on that last comment. I'm so sorry. The last sentence that you said, having a little, oh, okay.
Okay, is it going? Okay, yeah, I was just saying, like, it's something that is for those that are white, they may feel even less of an experience and knowledge of colorism, because at least in the context of racism, it is more complex, and in terms of the history of India, is also something that's more deeply entrenched, and so just like everything that we've been speaking on, it does need to be addressed. It's just as important as all the other issues, and there maybe is just a less of an education regarding colorism within the wellness industry, but definitely is just as important as everything else to bring up. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I lose you back and forth, so I apologize for this. But yes, thank you so much for all your insights. One of the other questions we have here is regarding resources, or how do we continue to actually be more mindful? And we have to continuously learn. You mentioned it with the teacher example, how the teacher they themselves need to be open-minded and learn from their students or from different perspectives, given that they learned from a different time and we are in a different times today. So how can we embrace this conversation ourselves in order to feel more comfortable, more knowledgeable terms, or even how do we approach it within our classes with our students without it being as a negative thing, but more as a community conversation with them and engaging them more.
Yeah, well, it's complex. It's like, let's say you have someone who believes that racism doesn't exist coming to your class, or someone who maybe is consciously racist. You know, like that's rare in the wellness community, but that still can exist. And then you're bringing up anti-racism, that's going to be a negative experience for them. But it's an opportunity as a teacher that you engage a conversation, a dialogue to help elevate everyone. And you can offer the space, like after class, if someone wants to dialogue with you further about it, that they can talk with you and you can create an open dialogue regarding it. So that's one way that we can, practically approach it. And it's just continuing to open up the dialogue and just to bring in what you're learning about. And other resources where you can look at things is, I recently started getting into Twitter. And so I started retweeting, and I'll do my own tweets eventually. I'm getting there. But just with Twitter, there's so many people that are posting really relevant topics. Granted, they're one-liners or little paragraphs, but those are relevant topics. And on Instagram, there's so many people that are also activists that are posting really relevant things and beautiful slides and images to help us understand anti-racism. And then just YouTube in itself is full of so much great conversations about anti-racism. And occasionally there's workshops, like today we have our workshop, and more in conversations and more hopefully to continue. And I plan to do more as well. So there's definitely ways we can continue to find the resources to support our continued education. And hopefully there'll be even greater and deeper platforms. Specifically, my vision is that every yoga training has diversity, inclusion, and transformation included as part of the 200 hours or 500-hour program. So I see this, is my audio going through? I think you're muted.
Any suggestions
Okay.
bridging the divide between multicultural urban areas and the less diverse rural areas within our yoga community?
Yeah, so one of the ways in a multicultural area, it definitely can feel like there's more of a pressure to do the work of diversity, inclusion, education, because in that there really is there tends to be more diversity. So why is the yoga space not reflecting that diversity? And it's actually doing the research and really being cognizant of it. And it's just like there was I think there was recently someone in the yoga community who opened up a studio in a predominantly Black area and then increased the prices. And then there was a Black person that was like maybe sleeping in the parking lot. I don't know the full details, but then they called the police on the Black person. So that made the community furious. So here's like this white person moving into a Black community, raising prices, and then having it predominantly towards white people, and then calling the police on the Black person. There's a really missed opportunity of education and connection in that experience. Mm-hmm. And so when we go to rural areas, it's also like there may be less diversity possibly in a certain area, but still using the platform. Like you can have a little rainbow flag on your website. You can have BLM or just like a fist with like supporting all races and racial experience. Within that community, even though it's all white, it's still something that may, there's diversity everywhere. So even though it may seem less diverse area, it still may open it up and connect it to a broader community. And especially as we've all gone all online because of this last year, that's also something that every studio can really benefit from, is really doing the education and promoting it in their work. And they can even hire people to come into their community and do little workshops or do little trainings. And the key thing is to hire, because a lot of my Black colleagues in the wellness community were like reaching out to me because they were exhausted with how many people were reaching out to them to do anti-racism talks for free. And I was just like, well, kind of like it's like it doesn't get the point. So yeah, so just honoring their experience, honoring it with investment.
Yeah, that's a really good point too. In a conversation with Susanna Barkavati, we were talking about the fact that we should embrace the community and actually invite others to participate, like those workshops, bringing more diversity in that sense for topics that, as you're mentioning, that perhaps aren't accessible in rural areas where you can find more of that availability in urban areas, which actually brings another topic that's been from Julian about disability. So I've been thinking about disability justice in the yoga space too, like the various types of discrimination. I feel like it's often the case that yoga for disabled bodies is often not considered, which is very true.
Yeah, I think that's also an aspect of education that's important to bring up. And it's also like, it depends on society, the culture. Like the very first time I was teaching at a yoga festival in Russia, and I taught a Kundalini yoga class. And afterwards, people kept coming up to me saying like, wow, your class is so, gentle. And I was like, really? This was a very tough class. Like you were doing like 3 minutes of stretch pose, abdominal exercises. And then they also informed me like I was the only teacher that they've ever experienced that offered modifications. And what I bring into my classes, because I have an experience as a massage therapist and also as an acupuncturist. So I kind of keep in mind like there's different bodies that are coming to a class. So how do we make this an experience that's open for everybody to do something without injuring themselves, or to meet themselves without feeling diminished that they can't do something physically? And that was in Russia. It was this example of just like Russia, but even in the American community or other communities, without necessarily the training, people may not feel comfortable giving those modifications and those offerings for other bodies. So that's something that, again, education on is so relevant. And it's just like, can you keep doing the work? And to say like, and to be open. If you gave feedback to a community, for them to not be like, oh, well, it's up to you to figure out on your own. Gross. Or they could be like, oh, we're so sorry. We'll continue to, thank you for bringing this up to us. We're going to do more to actually educate ourselves and make it more of a welcoming environment. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions in our last couple of minutes here that we'd like to share before we wrap up this session? Here, yes, Lee mentioning it's very important not to validate where that divide stems from and why many folks within those communities are not interested in bridging the divide. We're in the healing process as.
Yeah.
We have one question from Ariana. Any suggestions on how people of color yogis can work towards creating our own yoga studios? Where can we go to find those how-tos as we make our way into these spaces? How can we inform ourselves of this process?
Yeah, so for people of color opening up studios and businesses, the best way is to reach out to others who created a business and to kind of get their insight. So like even when I was making my S corporation for myself with my acupuncture business, it was something that I had no clue how to do, but I was just reaching out to others, like, how do I do this? What's the process? How do I open a bank account? I don't know. So, and that wasn't something that was taught to me by my parents. So it was something that I had to really learn, and it was really about reaching out to others. And, I'm not the most business savvy person, but you can always reach out to me if you want. But also I have great connections of people that I know who, like the former manager of Golden Bridge in New York, named Keisha. She's such a strong business mind and I know she loves helping people. So like people like that are there to support us. So it really is about reaching out, and Google helps too, but also reaching out to others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so to finalize this session, we want to take the time to say thank you so much for this hour of so much informative, important talk. And do you want to share with us if there's any upcoming classes or any sessions for the audience to be aware of that we can continue to follow and continue to practice and learn?
Yeah, Dr. Ari and I are planning to do another Instagram live talk. And so that will also just be on my Instagram page if you can't actually make the time. We're actually going to talk today to figure out the time. So it'll be like in this next week and a half. So we'll have another like 20-minute conversation on Instagram. And then we don't have dates set for the next anti-racism training, but it's like a 30-hour immersive, more for the yoga community as opposed to like the astrology community or other fields, but still is tangible for everybody. Like we had someone from the medical industry come. And so that will probably be later in the spring. We'll do another anti-racism, like 30-hour immersion. And those are great to kind of just give you some insights.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to post your Instagram handle and also any information regarding these events that are coming up so that our audience can know to follow you and to expect those educational chats. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate everything, and hope you have a lovely weekend, Amanbir.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Great to chat with you and everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello, my name is Lara Land. I founded 3.5 Acres Yoga in early 2015 as a response to the social injustices I saw around me, and because of my many experiences since 1998, witnessing how yoga, meditation, and mindfulness techniques can transform lives. We are a Harlem-based nonprofit that partners with other nonprofits to bring them yoga and meditation to more successfully support their clients. Each year, we hold multiple trauma and diversity trainings for yoga teachers from all over the tri-state area so that they too know how to teach in these settings. This training impacts their studio classes as well, and we believe it is one that is crucial for all yoga teachers to have. Studies show the meditative aspect of trauma-informed yoga changes the way we react to triggers and gives us the skills to manage physical or emotional symptoms that occur due to long-lasting trauma. Yoga changes our psychology so that the physical symptoms of stress and trauma, including hyperventilation, restricted motion, debilitating head and stomach aches, are lessened.
Join us in fundraising, volunteering, suggesting a partnership, or join one of our trauma yoga teacher trainings, the next one coming up February 6th to 7th.
Hello, everyone. Are you there? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Maybe Patricia could give me a little heads up that everything is okay so we can start. There she is.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, just popping on really briefly. Want to give you a proper formal introduction. Tamara, thank you so much for joining us. I think you're tuning in from Portugal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so truly a global event. Yeah, so, without further ado, all of our viewers, get ready to move. I've personally been able to take a class with you in Miami, so I really am excited to share.
Yeah.
I feel, this is really what SOULFest truly represents in terms of accessibility, staying true to yourself, and yeah, I'm really excited to share it with everyone. So take it away. Also, we're adding a link to a Spotify playlist, and you can click on the link and play that on your own Bluetooth speakers. So thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so let's start, you guys. So I'm hoping that you got your little setup at home. You've made some space. You can either click the link, like Patricia said, to the music that I kind of gave you to play along with, or if you have like some ambient, calm music that isn't too distracting that you really like to vibe and move to, then go ahead and play that. But most important is that you can hear me really clearly, because my voice is going to be guiding you through this entire practice. So before we get started, really quick, because we only have 45 minutes, not a lot, but it's enough to definitely get in. I want to give you some quick tips on how we're going to do this. So movement is a movement meditation. It's essentially using movement as the voice, as the conversation. We live in a very brain heavy society, and so tuning back into the body, listening to the body conversation is key to healing, but also to knowing yourself in a different way. It's to me, it's the natural voice. It's the voice that always speaks. It's that little gut feeling, the intuition, the sensations, the feelings that arise that we often ignore or put aside, or simply aren't in tune with anymore because we're so head heavy that we miss that conversation. So we're trying to go back to that one. In order to do that, we're going to pay attention to a couple things. The breath obviously is always present and keeps us present. So we always want to come back to that. But after the breath kind of brings you back into the present, you can escape and let the body start to feel the sensations. And you're going to use the voice as movement. So you're actually going to allow the movement to always be in process. Big or little, it doesn't matter. Fancy, not fancy. It's just staying in the moment of the body. Sorry, my dog's over there. Hopefully he doesn't disrupt us too much. And then other than that, it's tuning into the sensations. So tingling and tension, and I'll be guiding you through all of these things, and that's going to be your language. So without further ado, go ahead, because we don't have a lot of time, get into your space. You can start whichever way feels comfortable for you. I'm going to close my eyes a lot because I'll imagine you being there as well. And again, just make sure that you can hear me. You no longer have to look at this screen. This is all going to come from you 100%. Trust your voice, trust your body, use your voice if you have to. Open up the throat chakra a lot, and then just vibe, Okay, so wherever you are, either standing, sitting, maybe you're already moving in your space, let's all just close our eyes. And I'm going to breathe a lot to remind you to breathe, and just let out a big sound or a big voice or a big exhale. However that comes to you naturally. And then just forget that I'm here. Yeah. Just do a couple of those and let them move you into a really neutral space. I always make sounds to empty out the voice, clear space in my body. And then just one more big guttural sound right from your root, right from your pubis. really deep and big. Good. Let that empty all the way out. And then just sit there and feel the vibration within you and around you. I'm going to be quiet for a couple seconds so we can all feel that together. And try to come into that vibration, that energy wave that's within you. And then any distractions that are coming in, no need to ignore them. We know they're there. We accept them, and then we continue forward as if we're on this train that's just riding and riding and riding. Good. Start to invite in a little breath. Just naturally, maybe a little floppy. And that breath is going to invite in just a little movement, and the movement is going to happen really naturally. For me, sometimes it's a sway, as you can see. Maybe it's just a touching of the palms of the hands, or cracking your fingers, or opening your mouth. Or maybe it's a repetitive action of rocking back and forth. So just feeling the music, feeling the breath, feeling the movement, all happening really, really natural. However it's occurring in your body, just say yes. This is a yes practice. We want to take it all in. Good. I'm always going to make sounds to remind you to open up the throat. Good. And then take a nice deep inhale. And on the exhale, just let it land all the way down onto the earth. And let it spread out like a puddle right underneath you. Again, pick up that water from underneath you. We're imagining, right? Imagining play, water, pick it up. Inhale it all the way up to the sky. Let it fill up the clouds above you. And then on the exhale, let that water drip down from the clouds right into you, through you, and then swoosh out underneath you like a big puddle that surrounds you. I like sound, big sound. One more, just like that. Inhale, all the pond, all the water. Let it cleanse you through your entire body. Let it touch the top of the cloud. And then exit. It all kind of lets go. Good. Here we're starting from neutral, and we're going to get into these bodysuits. And the bodysuit is going to transport us into another dimension completely. So I'm just going to slip my fingers into the suit. As I slip my fingers into the suit, and allow whatever movement or energy or sound that comes through my fingers to happen. So we're not rejecting anything that's going on. And if it's not your fingers that are moving, it might be your toes. We're just going to let that happen. So remember, my instruction is only guidance, not a must. It's a maybe. It's a possibility. But if your body takes you somewhere else, please, please, please go there. Good. Slipping those hands into the suit. And actually imagining yourself entering this other space where you can move free, you can be free, you can be authentic, you can play. And you can enter a space that's super inviting and safe. Good, slipping in those arms. I love touching myself and feeling my skin as I move, knowing that I'm here and I'm present. Remembering that the breath is alive. I enter in with my chest, big sound. Opening up through the heart and through the throat. Massaging the face and the mouth, bringing the tongue and the cheeks. Maybe even taking your hands. Remember that your body is in full. It's space, it's sound, it's energy, it's rhythm, it's feeling. So take that all into your chest. The inner organs, the heart, the blood, the soul. So much to play with. Good. Rounding out the neck. Moving it about a bit, feeling the weight of the head, balance on the neck, maybe even closing your eyes from this point on and letting yourself escape into another world. All these worlds exist in us. We just have to allow ourselves to go into them. Good. Inhaling through the sinuses, up through the back of the eyes, extending the eyes, opening the eyes wide, and then big exhale, let it all go. Back into your pond, you stand. Feel the energy of the pond, feel it sway side to side, feel the steadiness underneath you, but there's always movement. Good, now we're going to slip in our feet into the bodysuit, our little toes slip in. Is it cold? Is it wet? Is it slippery? Good. Moving our ankles into the suit. Maybe warming up from the inside out. Notice that the rest of the body might be moving as well. Other sounds might start to appear. It's all one. It's all connected. So other things might be happening, not just the toes. Good. I put my legs into the suit, flipping them in, extending them, moving them however they want. At this point, you could even be running around the room. You could be laying down. You could be sitting. This could take any form at all, by the way. Allow it to just move free wherever it wants. This is your unique expression. Flipping that booty. Whoo, that's right. Move it around. Move those hips around. Shake it up. And then land all the breath right into the pubis. Yes. Letting all the energy escape from your pubis. Again, inhale through the throat. And then exhale out the pubis. Big, wide bass sound. One more, just like that. Inhale up through the throat. Exhale all the way down to the pubis. And find yourself standing in that still pond once again. Good. Let everything pause. Notice the reflection coming off your pond. Notice the movement within the stillness, the movement within the pause. Pick up on the little movements that are happening in your body and see if you could come right back into this moment, into the space, into this breath. That's what it feels like to me, like one target, bring me right back to the center of me. Good. I'm going to go ahead and slip my torso into the suit. All the way from front to back body, side to side body, moving it all around however it wishes to move, however feels good. Just let the body go. Stop controlling and let it be. Let it talk to you. Good. And then I'm going to shake my body in my suit to make sure that I'm perfectly fitted in. Opening the throat as we do that for 10. Shake, 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 9. Shake it, shake it all. 8, 7, keep going. 6, come on, come on, come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take an inhale all the way up to your cloud. And then exhale, let the water go back into your pond. Every time that your exhale moves the water back into the pond, it's a different feeling, it's a different color, it's a different space. So notice where you've arrived now. And start to tune into what's outside of your pond. Is it trees? Is it quiet? Is it dark? Are there stars? Are you alone? Are you with someone? Just notice the textures. Notice what comes. And just be with whatever that is. And as I say things, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to construct it. It's all going to happen on its own. Good. Here we are in our suits. Let's come back into our suits and wiggle into them. Good. Now with every inhale, we're going to puff our suits out. And with every exhale, the suit's going to come right back in. Feel that skin. Inhale, puff out your suit, which is your skin. Let it extend, extend, extend from point to point of the room as wide as you possibly can. And then when you can't anymore, exhale and bring right back to your center. Your center may be your heart or your belly button or your pubis or your throat or right here in the palm of your hands. One more time. Inhale, extend your suit all the way out. Expand as wide as you can. Puff it up like a big marshmallow. That's what I imagine at least. And then right back to center. Good. Wherever your center is, go ahead and put your palms in that space. Start to move your palms around in that space and produce heat. Faster. Faster. It might be in your palms, in your heart, in your chest. It might be a tapping up for 10. Bring up the energy. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again, inhale your pond. Exhale, let the water fall right back to the ground. Right underneath you. Every time you exhale, the pond gets wider and wider and wider. Takes up more and more space, more and more space, more and more peace around you. Good. Take a pause. A pause for me is a moment of observation. You get to see where you are, how it feels. And we'll get to the feeling part, but first we just want to experience whatever we're experiencing in our bodies as we know it right now in this moment. Notice your breath. Notice the little movements that are naturally happening. And also notice the little sounds that want to come out. Kids never play without sound. Sound is so important. Good. Coming right back to where your neutral was. Holding that space like a sun. Just stay with me with all this imagery. And allow yourself to go into this world 100% now. We've entered the world. Good. Now right there in the center, right where your hands are, right where that force is, where the primary force is, it's the place you keep coming back to, the place that draws attention. It's probably the place that is either the most powerful or needs the most healing. Take all your awareness and focus right there. All of it. Let nothing else distract you. Go nowhere else but there. And give it everything you've got. Good. Put your breath right in that space. And by breath, I always mean sound. So however it feels, go ahead and exude that sound. Let it out, whatever that is for you. For me, it's it feels like that. And it comes all the way from the back of my spine. Keep going on your own. Let that sound go. It might be a big scream. It might be a big or a it might sound like whatever it sounds like, but listen to it. It's telling you something. Keep going. Keep going. Trust it and let it change if it needs to change. Feel the sensation that's coming from that space. Listen to the sound that's coming from that space. And tune into the energy. What does it want you to know? Does it need to be healed? Does it need to be touched? Does it need to be hugged? Does it just need to be seen? Now we begin to move right from that space. As if it's the only thing that exists in your body, in this experience, in this moment. Move from that space. Move however that space needs to move. Keep going. I'm going to be quiet for a bit so that you can do this and connect fully. Oh. Now notice if in that space it wants to go deeper than just surface. Does it want to touch an organ? Does it want to touch a chakra? Does it want to touch a memory? Just let it go where it wants to go and just be sure to keep moving. Stay in the moment. Stay in the moment. Don't go into the past and don't go into the future. Just stay in the moment. Your body holds all this energy. And right now we're connecting to what is happening so that we can remove the toxic and regenerate it into positive love. Positive love. Love that's going to feed us positivity. Good. Keep moving a little bigger. Whatever's happening, make it bigger. Commit to it 100%. No apology. Make it bigger. Whatever's happening, take it in a little bit bigger. All of it. 110%. More. Fill up your entire suit with this energy. Go. 3, 2, 1. Inhale your pond. Take the water all the way up. Push it up to the sky. Push it up to the sky. Push it up. Go. Higher. Almost till you can't touch it anymore. And then let it go. Let it settle. Notice where you are now. Are you still standing where you were before? Does it look different than before? Does it feel different than before? I ask so that you can be present into what's happening now. Let on to space for a bit, just to observe, just to see what's happening. Good. And now we're going to move into sensation. Notice what sensations start to arise in your body and then let them move through you. So right now I can tell you I feel tingling in my arms. I'm just going to let that tingling move me. Maybe you feel tension in your shoulders and you want to take a big breath and big move to relax it. Maybe you feel tension behind your eyes or in your third eye or in your fingers. Just play with all the sensations that are coming. Maybe it's hardening, maybe it's tickling, maybe it's tingling, maybe it's this, maybe it's floating or sparkling. Maybe it's pain wanting to let go. Maybe it's tears wanting to shed. Remember, this is all energy. It's energy and motion that we're cleansing through our body suits. Good. For 3, keep feeling, feeling. 2 and 1. Take an inhale. And on the exhale, come back to your neutral. So come right back to what is. What is present right now? What is happening in this moment? Good. If one thing feels bigger than the other or more present than the other, go right there. Go there and just hold it. Let that travel through your body, however it wishes. Maybe it comes through a neck roll. Maybe it just is asking you to lay down. Maybe it's asking you to jump around. Good. I want to take this moment to just ride this feeling. So letting it emote through our bodies. As I said, emotion is energy in motion. That's why there's motion in the word emotion. We're emoting. We're letting it move through us. I always think of it as sprinkling through my fingertips and getting it out, or shaking my head and it's just coming out of my hair as if it was wet, or pointing my toes and let it push through me like laser waves coming through my body. So I start to empty my bodysuit of this energy. And I like to do this by tensing and then releasing. Tensing and releasing. Again, these are just ideas, so maybe you have a different way of doing this. But just letting go of all of this emotion, moving it, energy and motion, moving it every way it wants, back and forth and left and right, wherever it wants to go, I'm going to let it go. So throughout the day, we often have rules, especially these days, right? With the pandemic, there's all these rules, things that we can and cannot do. But right now in this moment, just let yourself live in your body however it wishes. Go, 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 go. Don't hesitate and don't doubt. Go for it. Anything that comes, no matter how weird or strange it might be, invite it in. It's there for a reason and needs to be heard. So keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I can feel you. It's hyping up. It's coming out of you. Keep going, keep going. Whatever arises, just let it go. Woo! Yes. Maybe you can continue to do this for a bit on your own. Isn't it amazing how quickly you can move this energy through you when you open the gate? Yeah, it becomes like a flood of energy that you've been holding on to. Now is the time to let it go. There is no better time than right now. This is what you signed up for. So imagine opening those floodgates, and they might show up in your shoulder. Often, if you experience pain, it's that you're holding on to that emotion. Just let it go. Go and invite the waves of energy in through your body. Maybe it comes through feelings of an actual wave, or maybe it comes through you like water, like a cleansing, or maybe it comes through you with big, juicy breaths, or maybe just one movement that keeps repeating and repeating, creating a spiral tornado effect of cleansing. Go to what comes. Your body knows best. You know best. Keep going. Go with what comes. Whoa, we're just going to do this for another minute or so. Going where our bodies feel good. Going with wherever it needs cleansing. Opening up the floodgates. Imagine that visual through your body. Yes, opening up that floodgate. Good. Sucking in all the breath in one big gulp. Holding it, feeling the discomfort in your chest. And when you can't hold it anymore, you know where to go. Go right back into your pond. Feel the movement and stillness at the same time, because everything is always in contrast. Duality is always happening. So I always say, feel the still movement of the pond. Now imagine that there's a reflection coming off the pond. And it's that duality in you. I always think of it as hot and cold, black or white, and the rainbow colors right in between. And see if you can actually raise the pond up. And all that energy in between. Ooh, it feels like a slinky. Extending wider and wider and wider and wider and wider. Raise it up, raise it up, raise it up. And now push it right back down. Again, your palms are like Velcro. They touch the pond. Feel the water right on your palm. And then go ahead and lift up that slinky of energy all the way up. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. Higher and taller and taller and taller, and simultaneously dropping the shoulders, filling up all that in-between space, that transitional space, that in-between space, and then push it back down. Keep doing that dance on your own, lifting up the energy, spreading it, pushing it away from each other, almost like glue, something that is hard to pull apart. And then when you can no longer pull it apart anymore, just relaxes back into itself. This dance can happen in so many ways. Explore it. Keep moving, even if it's slow, even if it's wild, even if you don't know what is going to happen next. That's living the present moment. That's where we want to be. Slinky dance, whatever those words conjure up in your body. Slinky dance. We're almost there. Ah. And now I want you to take that slinky dance and start moving it like a snake. Move that snake up your spine, all the way up to the cloud. Move the snake all the way up to the cloud. And then let that snake drop all the way back down the spine. One more time, move the snake up your spine. And then back down. Now start to feel the difference between a wave and a snake. Notice when you're waving and sending the cleansing energy through your body, and notice when the snake winds back down. It's a lot of wiggling, isn't it? Good, wiggle it all out of you. Woo! And what kind of sound does your snake make? Right through the teeth, opening up that space. Yeah, good. One more time, inhale. Back into your pond, and now we're going to sit in this pause for a while. Now the pause has tons of movement. So we've been moving a lot. So now we're going to sit in the pause. What I love about the pause is that you can really feel the vibration. Feels like a speaker that's on, but there's no music playing. That white noise. The white noise allows you to see around you and connect with it. So I ask you, what do you see around you? And how are you connecting with it? Through movement, through voice, and through breath. And that's your new dance. Connect with that white noise and let it lead you. Keep going. It's trippy, isn't it, when you let yourself just melt into this imagination, into your imagination, which is actually just a different reality. It's amazing where you can go. It reminds us to play like children. And it also reminds us that there are many different realities and we get to choose. We always get to choose. Can you hear other sounds or other voices or other sensations or other feelings or see other colors in the white noise? At least that's the way I'm explaining it, white noise. But you might see it completely different. You might be entering clouds or different rooms. Think of it as a portal. You're going wherever your body wants to take you. And usually where it wants to take you is what it needs you to know. So now here I'm going to ask you, what does your body need you to know? What does the movement need you to know? Oftentimes it's very different than what the logical mind tries to tell you. So take a moment in your pause to just take that in, move through it, breathe through it, and allow it to enter your new body memory. There's no rushing in this space. There's no talking in this space. There's only listening and moving. To me, it always feels like I'm watching myself from a third person perspective, or I'm chasing myself, or I'm walking behind myself. It's a clear and constructive way to see myself, to feel myself, but mostly, and this is where I want to invite you into next, is to be with myself, to love myself, to hug myself, to have a moment with myself. That self needs a lot of love. So in these final minutes, give yourself all the love it needs. That might come through touch, through a soft sway, through a little hum, a little song that might be coming out, or maybe just being present. Or noticing your breath, or letting it go. How about that one? Beautiful, you guys. So we're going to start exiting these suits and coming back into the now. So just a different reality, a different you, a different possibility, a different opening. That's how I like to see it. I'm going to take my fingers out of my suit. Notice how they changed. Notice how they feel different. I'm going to take my hands out. It's almost like you're stripping off your skin. I'm going to take my arms out. Oh, feels like a whole load came off my shoulders, doesn't it? I'm going to take my face and my head out. Take that breath that's needed. Yeah, I'm going to flip my toes out. Feel the new earth underneath me. Maybe it's not a pond anymore. Notice what's underneath you. Notice how it holds you. And take my legs out. Give them new, fresh air to breathe. Take my waist and my booty out. And take my torso out. And I'm just going to take it all off. Whatever's left. Slowly letting it go. Almost dripping off you like a melting candle. The wax is just dripping, 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 dripping. Or like a dog shaking off after a shower. Notice how your body feels now in this moment. Notice the sensations and the feelings that are arising and just be with them. Massage them. That's how I like to think of it. I massage them. Massage the throat and the sounds. Let your jaw go. Yeah. Let your fingers get heavy. Let all that residual toxic breath and movement just come out of you. Throw it up. Oh, yeah. Just throw it up. You don't need it anymore. You need to hold it anymore. It doesn't need to be on your skin. Just one more big one. Let it all go. One more, just like that. Just like that, right from the gut. Let's go. One more, just like that. Good, and come right back to your center. Might have changed from the last time you were there. Feel the heat. Feel the energy. And feel the gratitude, the biggest word that exists, the gratitude. Let the gratitude, what's the word? Move. Let the gratitude move through your entire body from head to toe. Let the gratitude move through your veins and your blood. Let the gratitude seep into your bones. Let the gratitude be so massive inside you that you're sweating it off into the world. And here just for the final couple minutes, and then we'll talk a little bit. We're just going to rest in our bodies. I love thinking of it that way. That I'm not resting, but I'm resting inside my body. So I am an energy that exists presently in a vessel, and I'm going to let my vessel rest. Almost like when you drop a toy into the water, it floats effortlessly. Like that. Nothing needs to be held. Nothing needs to be acknowledged even. I'm going to say it again because I just felt it from you guys. And nothing needs to be held. If that's a smile or a laugh or a tear or a and just let that go too. And think of the ice melting. And think of the water evaporating off the hot surface. And then just think of the surface completely disappearing into nothingness. Do you hear that? That's love. And it's always, always present. And just sit with that for a minute. If anything wants to tense, again, just invite in gratitude and love. It might even be in a cheekbone. Yeah, let your lips puff. Let the gums in your teeth even relax. Think of those little places where you might be holding. You will keep your eyes closed, and before we completely come out of this, maybe a couple words here. If you went deep into this session, you might be, I always say you stirred the soup up. So all the flavorful bits were on the bottom and maybe you stirred it up. And for the next couple of days, you might feel a lot. And that's a good thing because it means that your body just needs to move that energy, move it out of you. Particularly these times where everything is always changing and it's been crazy. You might feel a lot of energy needing to move that might go beyond the session. So I always say, feel the feelings, they will go. Everything is always in constant change and motion. So it's best to feel them so that they can actually cleanse. I like to do that through being, through observing, through noticing, but also through writing and through movement. And sometimes just a really nice fucking walk. So just be present and aware of that happening and existing in the self, and don't be afraid. Just move with it. Move with it. Move with the tide and flow with what is. That's the best way. If you liked this kind of thing and you enjoyed these sessions, I actually do them every week via Instagram. So you can just go to movement.com for all that information. That's spelled MOVMEANT, like you're meant to move. But mostly, I just always want to leave you with the power of movement and how it can heal. Just moving in your vessel, moving in your body can heal. It really can. There's no need for explanation or words. Just moving energy around you just feels way better after you do it. So this is possible always for you. All right, so we're going to come back to, so slowly wherever you are, think of stacking your spine. Even if you're not sitting, think of elongating it, stacking it. I'm starting to notice the breath again. Yeah. Keeping your eyes closed if they still are. Good. And then you can even say something to yourself like welcome back, or even I love you, or whatever it is that you need to hear, or thank you. And then very slowly, you're going to open your eyes, but just keep a gaze on wherever it naturally goes. Coming back into focus, coming back into this world. That was a nice ride we took together. And when it's ready, just kind of looking around, taking in your environment as it's ever changing and always new. Maybe taking me in. Good. Shaking back into your body as is. And then let's just do 3 massive breaths together, just really naturally. Here we go. This one. There's 2. And here's the final one. Yeah, and there's 3. And there we are, you guys. If you guys have any questions or any doubts, or I always offer this, you want to put things into the world, because I know that these sessions can sometimes be very big and heavy for us emotionally. I'm always at your disposal. You can just write me a direct message on Instagram. I'm Kuchira on Instagram. I'm sure that Patricia can give you that info if you need. And that's it. I don't know if Patricia's there, if she wants to close us up, but thank you so much, SOULFest, for having me. It was amazing. There's Laura.
Hi.
Hey.
Thank you so much for that. We're including the ways to get in touch with you in our links, and I know there was great feedback from the group. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm so curious to know how it went for them, because whenever I lead these things, I have my own experience. So I'm always curious. I feel relaxed.
It's hard to teach. It's hard to teach across a screen, and then when you don't get to see the participants. But I was watching the chat, and they were enjoying it. We'll send those comments over to you, and we'll keep posting and letting people know how they can keep experiencing movement in their bodies with you. Thank you so much. I've heard so much about you from Patricia's experience. She was so happy we were having you here at SOULFest. So thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much for having me. I know you have a big, long day to continue, so we'll keep it short, but thank you.
We're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it moving. Everyone, thank you so much. Make sure you check out the links. I'm going to move us on over to a little sponsor video now, and then I'll explain what's happening for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Bye, guys. Bye, everyone.
I'm giving it all I got. Right away, left away.
was my friend Faye Wolf, a master organizer for creative people, especially and artists. You want to check out her book, New Order, and her online course on organization, especially now that we're all working out of home. It's important to stay organized, especially in multi-use spaces. I'm in my daughter's art space, my yoga streaming space, and our laundry room right now, and I'm sure many of you can relate. So I just want to thank you again for tuning in. I can't believe it's already almost 3 o'clock to this full day and full weekend of SOULFest offerings. We're going to take a kind of intermission now, but we're going to play you our community conversation from last year. It was really something that was really magical to us, important, and expresses what SOULFest to us is really all about, which is inclusion and magnifying the diversity that exists in wellness, and getting rid of some of those preconceived notions about wellness, opening our eyes to the diversity that exists and really celebrating it. And that community conversation was so powerful and important that we wanted to replay it for you. And it's also what led to us having some more community conversations this year. So hopefully you heard Amin Bar, and you'll be hearing Sean Korn tomorrow close out the festival with an incredible panel of folks who are going to talk about the future of yoga, how they see it. And that panel ranges in age from 15 to 67, all with unique experiences and identities. And that's what we're all about. So enjoy this. This is pre-recorded from last year, so you'll notice we're all in close proximity. It is not live. We are maskless and all together on 125th Street in Harlem, where this festival was formed. And we'll see you back after that. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. I guess there's some trouble playing the video. So we'll see if we can work on that. In the meantime, we'll put up the schedule for the afternoon. I know we're going to have a talk on CBD, the ABCs of CBD, which I think is really valuable, important information. I know there's so many misideas about what CBD is all about and what it can and cannot do. So I'm really looking forward to learning more in that talk. And let's just put up the schedule so everyone can see when we meet back. And if we can't get that video up for you, we will certainly post it in our social media. I know it's something you'd all really love to see.
So good to see all those beautiful faces here for what's a truly important and relevant conversation today. I want to thank again our sponsor, Yoga Alliance, for specifically sponsoring this community conversation. It's a very important conversation. And I want to introduce to you now our moderator. We are honored to have Quentin here, the Vice President of Yoga Alliance and the founder. He will be moderating this very special community conversation about the importance of yoga in communities of color.
My name is Quentin Vinny. I'm the Vice President of Yoga Alliance Foundation, and it is an honor and a privilege to be here having this conversation. We have some incredible individuals on this stage that I'm blessed to share this space with. You know, I find it to be very important for us all to understand that yoga isn't just a bunch of physical poses and motions and movements. You know, it's essentially how we show up in the world, how we choose to live our lives every day, how we treat others, how we treat ourselves. And unfortunately, one of the things that I'm often asked whenever I go out and I give speeches, keynotes, or interviews, who needs yoga the most? And I often say that it's those that aren't getting it. So this conversation, my plan is for it to be less of we talk, you listen, and more of an actual community conversation. I want engagement from everyone, not just everyone on this stage. I find it important to find a level of relatability in this practice, right? We all come to yoga and have found yoga for a multitude of reasons. I want to start off by essentially sharing my yoga story and what got me to yoga. And as my panelists, my incredible panelists, you know, take the opportunity to share who they are and what they do, they will also share their experiences and what brought them to yoga. And then we want to open up an opportunity for dialogue and conversation. Does that sound good? Yes. Awesome. So I'm not from New York. I love New York. I'm not from here. I was born and raised in Baltimore. Anybody that's ever been to Baltimore, show of hands? Okay, awesome. Excellent. When I was growing up, Baltimore was known as the heroin capital of America. And unfortunately, it's still one of the most dangerous cities in this country. And my father was a heroin addict, so I was raised by a single mom. I went to schools that were dominated by people who did not look like me. So in addition to experiencing extreme levels of poverty and growing up in a community full of dilapidation and under-resourced, you know, schools and businesses and communities, I experienced a lot of racism. I experienced a lot of racial divide, a lot of prejudice, a lot of just overall injustices. And when I was 14, I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression, and was told that I'd need to be on medication for the rest of my life if I wanted to live some level of normalcy. Fortunately, at that time, my mom rejected that idea. So I went the next 16 years of my life, you know, essentially trying to figure it out. But when I was 26, I had 2 kids already. I was running a personal training business in Baltimore County, and I was diagnosed with severe generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, and mild to severe major depressive disorder. I spent 2 years addicted to prescription medication. I attempted suicide twice, and I survived an accidental overdose before I realized that my life had some kind of value. And I figured that out through the practice of yoga. I celebrate 7 years of sobriety this year in 2 months. Thank you. Once I realized the importance that yoga played in my life, I made it a mission for me to be able to share this practice with as many people as possible. And that's a lot of the work that I'm doing currently with Yoga Alliance Foundation. You know, we're really dedicated to showing up differently and to making this practice more equitable and more accessible to all of us, because yoga is a practice for all. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. So my name is Kawan Douglas. I own a studio called Merge New York in Soho. It's been open for about like 8 or 9 months, and it's pretty much my dream come true. I was born in Newark, New Jersey. Are you familiar with Newark? Hood life, brick city, you know. So I grew up in an environment and just grew up in a place where I was always trying to fit in. And I always felt like an outsider. I was like, all right, okay, I'm Black, even though people like, Newark is super diverse. It is, but you still have to try to find a semblance of who can you relate to. Then, hey, I'm gay, surprise. So I was like, oh, damn, you put yourself in another box. But then I'm like, not gay enough to hang with the queens. I'm not straight enough to hang with the straight people. My Black ass is an outsider again. Then it's like, but you're a man. I'm a short man. What woman wants this? Really? You know, the women love me though, you know, because the gay best friend. So a lot of my life has been like, where do I belong amongst everyone around? And I found my way into yoga, one, because I needed something that was really cheap exercise. And I found a studio that was $5. I was like, you can do this. Then after 6 months, they raised it to $6. And I was like, now you're gonna make me break a 10? I don't think so. Eventually it went up to 14 and then 20. I said, my ass is not gonna be up in this place anymore. So then I volunteered there and got some free yoga. From a volunteer into working the front desk, into paying for teacher training, where I ate beans and rice for 3 months. No lie, that's it. That's it. I was like, use $10, get some veggies, you're good to go. But I saved up $2,500 to become a yoga teacher, worked my way up, and became a senior teacher, traveled around this city, teaching at a lot of the premier studios. And amongst that, I was like, okay, you finally found a community of people that are receptive to you. Or so I thought. Because I started to look around and realize, like, you're the only one like you. Short, black, gay, you're othered. So my dream was kind of like, all right, whoever's feeling marginalized, whoever's feeling like an outsider, you should have a place to go. So I literally took 2 weeks off of teaching. I took my life savings and I was like, go on Craigslist and find a space. And I did. And now I feel like that's what my life's work is. It's like making sure everyone fits in. So we have this discussion. It's about, you know, how do we be inclusive? How do we embrace diversity? My thing is, we can't really say we've embraced it until it's no longer a part of the conversation. So our job now is to bring more attention and awareness to it. And yes, we want to empower women, we want to empower people of color, we want to empower the LGBT community, but we don't need to separate everyone and segregate everyone. So my goal was create a space where you all walk in, no matter what your size is, no matter how old you are, you belong. And I think that's the next step that we're trying to go to as a yoga community, as a wellness industry. So thank you all.
So my name is Erica Garcia, and yep, my studio is Nueva Alma in Yonkers. I'm the introverted Bronx Puerto Rican. And I remember 3 years ago when they were doing SOULFest, and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're in Harlem, and you don't have me." Oh no, that's not happening, right? So I found yoga when I was 16. I'll be 48 this year in like 2 months. So I've been doing yoga for 32 years. And I started out, actually as a kid, I was a gymnast. And then when I was 15, my mom, you know, a single mom, and she was like, no more gymnastics for you. We can't afford this shit. Oh, and I curse, sorry. So I found what I realize now, decades later, that it was Light on Yoga, and it just didn't have the cover because somebody ripped it off. Because if you returned it to the New York Public Library and it didn't have that little sticker thing, then you couldn't return it. And I realized now that here I was, you know, with Light on Yoga years later. And I'll always remember, I think I was like 17, 18 at that time. And my grandma was like sipping her Bustelo. She was like, Niña, what are you doing? And I was like, this yoga thing. And then she was like, I'm going to say it in Spanish, because she was like, ay, mija, tú estás bien equivocada. Cuando yo dije, tú eres blanca, negra, india, eso no son los indios de nosotros, right? So basically, she basically said, you know, as a Puerto Rican, you're white, black, and Indian. She was like, honey, you got the wrong Indians. Those weren't our Indians. Put the book down. And I was like, but I like this, right? So here I am 30 years later. I've been teaching for 10. I used to run New York City's region for Yoga for Youth, and I used to go into the jails. I used my yoga to heal my body. What people don't realize is that at 24 years old, I got diagnosed with MS. And I never have taken a drug. And it has never progressed. I've had 5 attacks. I've been hospitalized 5 times, and I've had to rebuild my body. Usually it's my right side, 5 times. And I've never taken a single drug. And I grew up from a culture where I thought my grandmother, her sisters were crazy, because when I opened up their medicine cabinets, there were mason jars with dried leaves, and it was Ayurveda. And they were teaching me since I was a young girl. So I told the neurologist back then, you and I have a deal. We're going to try it my way first, and then we'll try it yours. And I've never done a drug. And then I became a 9/11 survivor at 24. So again, I used my yoga to heal me from trauma. So I understand that everybody walks in with different levels of T, big T, little t, graffiti T, whatever it is. And I know that the yoga is what has saved me. And I know that I will save others. Hence the reason why my studio is called Nueva Alma, because I manage souls. And that's what the yoga does. Okay? And that's where the healing needs to take place. So this conversation is very important. But I also challenge each and every one of you to stand tall unapologetically in your truth, because it is through all of you that they will see why the yoga works and why we need it, all of us. And that's why I opened the studio, because I don't play nice in the sandbox. I knew they weren't going to tell me what to do, and it wasn't going to happen, because I was going to open some place where everyone, like we've all said and echoed, is welcome, and there's no competition, there's no ego. It's not all about that. I care what's in here and what's in here, and then we'll talk about it, because asana is the third branch anyway. We need to go dial it back to the first two limbs anyway, which is just be a good human being, and be okay with who you are. You know what I mean? We're all perfectly imperfect, and that's what you got to dial it back for to move forward. So fast forward, I now am a teacher trainer. Some of my teachers are here as volunteers. And then after Maria, because again, I'm Latina, I created a foundation. So I have my school, I have the studio. And then after Maria, I created Save a Soul Foundation, which is a foundation to go and give human services, not only to the volunteers not only to the people that need it in disaster areas, but also the people that are serving them. So we took our first pilgrimage trip last June, and I look forward to doing more work, and then taking the excess and doing exactly what Lara's done, do some local stuff, but also take it outside, because again, we just need to touch other souls. Yeah. And that's it. Oh, and I work a full-time job doing all of it. So if you have dreams, there's enough hours in the day. When you're stepping true in your Dharma and in your faith, God will open the doors, and he will create more hours in the day. Because the shit that I get done in 24 hours, you have no idea. But you know what? It's because I was saved for a reason. So I got to make it happen, and I don't waste a single day. And neither one should any of you. Okay?
I'm Lara Land. I am one of the producers of the festival. I came to yoga over 20 years ago. I was a theater kid, theater dork, and I found yoga through preparing to go on stage and getting the voice to resonate. I think a lot of people find yoga through the arts. Long story, but I went all over the world studying yoga, India, then teaching yoga in India and Rwanda for a long time, many years, taking many trips. I would work with HIV positive women and children, and I saw the power of yoga to really heal. And that was a real eye-awakening thing for me to see just how powerful this practice is to people that have been through trauma, have been through injury, physical, emotional. And when I came back from that, I just wanted to share that so passionately. And I opened a yoga studio here in Harlem called Land Yoga. And the idea was that when you enter the space, you just feel like you've arrived, and you can just drop that weight and be there. In our space, it's very individualized teaching. Most of our classes, you actually do the practice with your own breathing at your own pace. So we have people that are in a chair, against the wall, on the ground, standing. We have people with 30, 40 years of age difference between them in one class, which is a beautiful thing to witness. So we adapt the practice to the person and for the person, instead of trying to put the person into a group practice. But I wasn't satisfied with that. I felt like there were still a lot of people that we weren't able to touch through the studio, just for the main fact that some people don't feel comfortable to walk into a yoga studio. Some people don't feel welcome in a yoga studio. And some people, through what may have started as an innocent endeavor to get people excited and inspired about yoga, think now that yoga means you have to look a certain way, you have to do a certain pose, and that sort of thing that I want to hope started as let's inspire people has now turned into something that's quite dangerous, where that's yoga. And as Erica said, yoga is, and I have always used this hashtag, all 8 limbs. There's 8 limbs of yoga. So I've been trying to explain about the 8 limbs of yoga for over 8 years since I opened Land Yoga to try to re-educate like person by person that walks by the studio of what yoga is and try to break through that idea, that misconception that if I'm not flexible, I can't do yoga. Or if I'm too old or whatever reason, everyone can breathe. Everyone can do yoga. So I formed a nonprofit called 3.5 Acres Yoga, and I did that in order to be able to reach people in the community that I wasn't able to reach through the studio. And what we do is we go to other nonprofits and we add yoga to the services that they offer. Kawan, yeah, like you were saying about, there's a lot of nonprofits out there which are like very specific, like it's yoga for sexual trauma or yoga for abuse. What we wanted to do is say, like, we not identify you by like your trauma or your otherness. It's like everyone, you know, that just didn't feel they had a space. And so we're here at Harlem Hospital, where we work with people who have mental challenges. We work with the elderly at the food bank. We go to women's shelters. We work with youth in the community. Some of you might have seen that we do some really deep work between young adults and cops here in Harlem, and trying to create a little piece there, bringing yoga where it hasn't been before.
And let's give her some love, because without her, none of this would be possible. So.
Hello, happy Saturday. My name is Bree Scullark, and I am really grateful to be here today. This is my first time at SOULFest. I'm born and raised in Harlem, so I'm home right now. I feel really good. I was born in Harlem Hospital on the 8th floor. I've been here since 1985. It's nice to see yoga at the State Building. Just a little bit about me. I started my first career as a model. I started on America's Next Top Model, Cycle 5 and Cycle 17. And, you know, for me, at the top of my career, which I worked very hard to get to, especially just be from Harlem. I never really thought that I would make it that far anyway. And I had found myself in Los Angeles, California, and really successful. I was very unfulfilled. I was very self-important, and I was very unhappy. And so, God willing, this year I'll have 8 years of sobriety. I got some sober friends here today. And I came home. And I didn't know what I was going to do. I knew that where I came from, it afforded me a lot of money, a really great lifestyle, but I had no quality of life. At 26, I knew something had to shift, and I really didn't know what that was. So I came home. I started a teacher training on the Upper East Side, and it's called Pure Yoga. Oh, you guys know Pure? Really, I went for the steam room, if I could be okay. And I stayed. Just to give you a really quick, I mean, you know, you've been to the Upper East Side, you know, it's really Upper East Side, right? And so here I am, right? And I had never really seen any African-American yoga instructors. And so I felt really out of place. I'm pregnant, so I'm emotional, but my first time meeting an African-American instructor who had her own yoga studio was Faith. And I couldn't afford her class. I was interning. I was working as a receptionist. And she walked through the door, and she had all this curly hair, just like me at the time. I shaved my head. And I was like, I don't know what you're doing, but please, can I just be a part of it? She was like, girl, you're my guest. Come on. And she taught me how to get into an inversion for my first time. And after that, I knew I was very grateful for Pure, but it was an opportunity to be of service because someone was of service to me. Also, I got sober in rehab. Shout out to anybody who can get sober on their own. I'm not that girl. I needed time out. I needed to be sat in a corner and think about my choices. And I had this wonderful Brazilian woman that would come on every Wednesday and teach yoga. And she would come with these little cotton balls of lavender and rub it on us with this little Brazilian music. I still don't know what posture she was doing in class. And it didn't matter. It was another example of someone of service. And so when I graduated with my 200 hour, all the girls in my class were like, I'm going to do prenatal yoga. I was like, I don't want to deal with nobody kids, okay? I don't want to. keep them. And they were like, well, I'm going to teach this type of yoga. And I was like, nothing speaks to me. And, you know, divine intervention. I had gotten called to go to Rikers, a jail on the island, to speak. And so I said, okay, I'll do a speaking engagement at Rikers. From the time I entered the island to the time I left, I got cursed out. And hopefully you've never been to Rikers, but just in case you've had a mishap, it takes a minute for the guard to get to you. So I had plenty of thoughts in my head, like, okay, I need to bust out a yoga pose, prayer, something. And I was so fulfilled. I remember there was this old woman there. Why she was about 70 years old, locked up, is none of my business. But she came out of her cot and was like, sign my Bible. And I was like, I'm not signing your Bible. That's sacred. She was like, I just need proof that somebody came here to see us because they wanted to and not because they had to. And I said, all right, I'm teaching yoga in jail. And I have been working in jails, teaching yoga for the past 4.5 years. I teach men, women, the transgender unit. I have the young adult unit. I've taught COs. I've taught 3 years ago, I had the rape unit and pedophile unit. And if you think you can't do something, you know, yoga will always show you that you can. The childlike behavior of a rapist and a pedophile, first of all, was very triggering for me. And it was also the most healing thing I've ever done in my entire life. Anybody who's ever been a substance abuser knows that it's much bigger than our addiction. And sexual abuse is a very large part of my story. And so to teach people who violated me, and many of them on the mat, was the most incredible experience of my life. And so this practice for me is about service. It is not about anything else except service. Right now, I teach a social emotional wellness program in underserved communities to middle school students. People ask me, why you work with middle school? I'm like, I must hate myself because these kids really hate me, Jesus Christ. But you know, if you ever had a kid in the hood, you know, it takes a little trust. I have a program called Urban Peace Squad. I go to project houses, I go to Lincoln, I go to Grand over there, and we just bust out yoga poses in the middle of projects, and people laugh, but the laughter gets the conversation started. And once I got you talking, I got you hooked. So, you know, we do what we can, and I'm just grateful to be here. So thank you.
Yeah, wow. Just listening to everybody, I'm like so inspired and so moved, and it gives me more energy to continue to do what I do. For those of you that didn't take the class and maybe you're kind of walking in, my name is Faith Hunter, and I started my yoga journey like Erica. I'm 48. My journey to this practice was really about self-healing, and I didn't know even the healing that I needed. When Erica was talking about the big T's and the little T's, my big T happened when I was really young, and it was a big T that happened to our entire family. Both of my brothers were diagnosed with HIV in the 80s. My younger brother was not even 7 years old yet. My older brother was 15 when he found out. We held that as a family, and it's a level of secrecy for a really long time because it was the 80s and everybody knows all the crazy things that were happening, and we were in a small town in Louisiana. I started actually moving into the space of yoga when I was in grad school in New Orleans, and my older brother was actually dying of complications related to HIV. And so one of my friends said one day, she's like, girl, we need some yoga, right? I was like, if it's the stuff that Rodney Yee does on PBS, not really. I was like, I'm like, he's at a beach. We're in New Orleans. And I'm sorry, I don't have mountains behind me. And he's just stretching. So that's not going to provide me any calm and, you know, and sanctity or anything like that. And she's like, let's just go. So I said, okay. So I showed up to this class, and I didn't know what this class was going to be. For those of you that practice Kundalini yoga, Kundalini was my first practice. It was intense, and I really wanted to walk out, but something, spirit, soul, whatever, said, no, you need to stay here and breathe. And it was painful. And it was not the physical stuff, because I grew up as a dancer and I could deal with physical pain on so many levels. It was the emotional stuff that was coming up. And it was bubbling up so high that literally in my first class I cried. And the teacher was like, it's okay, just breathe. And I was like, okay, I can't. Right? But I'm gonna keep brewing breath of fire. Right? And so I kept showing up, kept going back. My brother passed. I kept practicing. My father passed while I was living in New York in 2001. I kept practicing. And right after my dad died, I was like, whatever is happening, yoga is my lover, my friend, my one and only job that I've ever had in my entire life that I've committed myself to. So I'm gonna keep doing this. But what I'm gonna do, because all my friends were now going, what are you doing differently? And I'm like, just showing up to yoga. Because I could fall apart. I've had so many opportunities to fall apart, but this practice of the breath and connection has held me together in some shape or form and inspired me to keep moving, right? Inspired me to keep moving. So I decided to become a yoga teacher, did that, wasn't sure what I was gonna do, and then I lost my job, I quit, whatever. And it was just, I was like, oh, well, I still have 4 more months in yoga teacher training, I guess I'll become a yoga teacher. Because I really didn't enter it to do that. I was like, I'll just help my friends and just learn more about this practice. Years later, my younger brother, still alive, he moves to Washington, D.C. And I was like, well, maybe I'll move back because he's there. And he goes, yeah, you should like teach yoga there. It'll be cool. And I was like, okay. So I go back to D.C. And while I'm there, I'm realizing, and I never had this thought because I grew up in a dance community. And I've always, even though I went to really Afrocentric, private schools and stuff when I was growing up in Louisiana, I never had that thought that I was the only one. But when I moved to DC, I realized I was, especially when I was working for a yoga studio and the studio owner came to me and said, you play your music too loud and you laugh too much. And I was like, I don't ever want to feel like that. And I was like, what student said that, right? And I was like, nah, this environment is not for me. I'm in Chocolate City, right? I'm in DC. So that's when I decided to create a space. And so that was my first yoga studio I had. It was called Shakti. I had a business partner at the time, and both of us wanted to just feel connected because we were 2 sisters starting the first yoga studio that was owned by Black women in DC, Maryland, or Virginia, like the entire DMV. And so life went on, and a couple of years after opening the studio, I was lucky enough to be on the cover of Yoga Journal, which I'm so grateful for because it really opened doors and opened my eyes to all of the need. Because there were other women like me that weren't being served. There were other men and women of color, people in communities that were underserved that needed this practice, needed to feel welcome and connected. And so when my business partner and I split, I decided that I was going to actually open a studio in the heart of DC in a multicultural neighborhood so that we can reach as many people as we possibly can. And like all of the presenters that have studios have been saying, it's about feeling welcome. So people can land, people can show up, people can breathe, people can feel comfortable no matter who they are, what they look like. And right now we have Embrace Yoga DC. We've been around for 9 years in the heart of DC. It has been hard because everyone wants to push us out. I've been blessed with a landlord that doesn't care about the space. That's a blessing because he's not charging me the rent that is typically in DC because he still thinks it's 1970. So I'm like, okay, God, I will accept that blessing because obviously I need to keep doing what I do. Thank you. So the other thing that's really crucial and important is like, it's not just about my yoga studio. Our family, my family, both myself and my brother and my mom have been really, really committed to providing other people of service, being of service to other people. And so since my older brother's passing, we created a foundation. We don't really talk about it a lot because it's really about providing healers, regardless if they are physicians going to medical school, if they are teachers serving and they want to educate, because those are healers in our community. It's about creating scholarship opportunities for yoga teachers or Reiki healers. We've created scholarships for people to be of service to their community in some possible way. And we've been doing it really undercover for years. And so I told my younger brother about 2 years ago, I said, we have to let people know what we do, because we're doing it for my older brother's passion, because he was a doctor. And he stopped taking meds and he died because he wanted to serve and he wanted to deliver babies in East LA. Right? Because he knew that women of color needed him more than anyone, because when they're in that state, somebody that loved them needed to be present and care for them. And so our foundation is the Michael Hunter Foundation, and it's about providing healers with opportunities so that they can show up and serve regardless of their economic status, the way that they look, and wherever they are around the world. And so as I was sharing earlier, I'm launching a new platform that's an extension of our studio, and that's a beautiful reflection of what we offer, because people are showing up in our space to embrace who they are and to identify and connect to other human beings. And so because I've had this amazing opportunity to be online in a really grand and large way, I felt it was important to not only have my face, because I know from many opportunities that I've had, it's because I've been the token. And I think that that is important to acknowledge and important for us to say. And so because I have been the token in so many realms, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to keep my token ass and serve my community in as many ways as I possibly can, so that that is no longer something that another yoga teacher or another healer has to say. It's just about us showing up, being of service, practicing, healing ourselves, and connecting in community. So what I want you to do is to share your stories with us, because I have a story. All of these human beings across here have a story. And we need, regardless if it's on my platform, on anyone else's platform, in your own way, like even if it's just one person at a time, let people know that you are showing up in this practice with openness, fullness, and truth. And let's do it together. Yeah, just do it together. Thank you so much.
Every person on this stage and sitting in this audience is breaking the stereotype of yoga. Let's just put that out there, right? Like we all know that there's a specific, this idea of the picture perfect yogi. And I don't think any of us exude those characteristics. So Kwan, Erica, Lara, Bree, Faith, thank you. I'm humbled to be here. I do want to engage everybody or whomever else is willing to share their truth, their stories, their vulnerability, if we do have the time.
Yeah, so we just have about 5 minutes. So I would say maybe 2-3 quick comments, questions.
Can I just ask, how many of you are yoga teachers?
Hey.
Yes. How many of you now say, holy shit, I think I could do this? Then go and do it. Go and do it. Find a teacher, find a training that will embrace you, that you connect with. There are many ways to do it. I have people that volunteer for me for a year to pay for their tuition. There's ways around it. Do not allow yourself to be dim. Your light is needed. Your light is needed, and people need you. Each and every one of you. And then I think now you said you were going to let some of us hear your stories.
Absolutely.
Because it's needed.
It's necessary.
Real quick. Hi, I'm
Robin Downs. I'm a certified yoga instructor. I call my style yoga flavor. Not just yoga, also the flavor of life, and there are many different flavors. I'm here with my 85-year-old father. And he's on today. He participated in the session. So I tell all of you to go check on your mama, your auntie, your uncle, whatever, and pull them out and have them do some yoga. Even if it's just sitting in their chair and moving and stretching and breathing, because yoga is for everybody and there's all different flavors.
Thank you so much for sharing.
I'm sorry, my voice is gonna get a little shaky, but I've never been in a yoga space where I felt seen before.
We see you.
Thank you, just thank you. I have a lot more to say, but thank you.
I'm so happy to see all of you here. I just started yoga last year. I'm a liver transplant recipient 10 years out, and I'm just happy to be alive, and I'm happy to be doing yoga. It is so, so therapeutic. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been suffering from mental illness when I was a little kid, but I've been volunteering for NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness, for the past 10 years. Not only I've been volunteering, I facilitate a poetry workshop every month, and we're going to be performing at the Poetry Festival at Governor's Island in 2 weeks. And I just want to say, yoga saved my life. It gave me hope. It gave me the comfort that I need to help me get better. So this is the only way that it give me the cope that I need, And I've been coming here to these SOULFest since the very first one I did 2 years ago, and I'm definitely coming back next year.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much on behalf of SOULFest, Yoga Alliance Foundation, and everybody here, Harlem, New York. Thank you. Grateful, appreciative.
What I've learned from growing up in Mexico and my grandmother is that you can make something beautiful from very simple ingredients. Everything that we're using is natural. That's what I'm trying to keep within what we create. Make it work and make it be simple, but make it effective.
Martha created Life Elements with this idea that all the elements of life are out there and they're pretty simple. But when you combine them all, it can create magic. Our products are made for people who care not only what they put in their body, but what they put on it. That's really the essence of what we're trying to do. They can help reduce pain. They can help improve the quality of your skin. It's for people to live healthy.
We are one of the very few that is actually making our own product, sourcing the ingredients, working with the farmers to help grow what we're going to be using. That's what makes this different, is that we have control from beginning to end. From the time it comes into our hands to the time it goes into your hands.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Well, hello.
You guys ready?
Can you hear us okay?
All right.
Well, hello. I'm Martha, and this is Kurt.
And we are coming to you
Hi,
live.
everyone.
Hey, good morning. Sorry.
Hey, sorry, having some technical difficulties. It happens.
No worries.
But yes, welcome everyone. Welcome back. It's been a packed day of movement and yoga and wellness. And to continue that, we have Kurt and Martha. You guys are joining us from California?
Yes, we are. We're
Right.
in Tascadero, California.
Awesome. So they're here to talk about the ABCs of CBD. We encourage you to ask any questions, comments, post them in the chat, and we'll compile them and we'll come back on later to ask them. So enjoy the presentation. Kurt and Martha, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. As Patricia said, we are here in Atascadero, California, which is halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco. We moved here in 2004 and love it. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But we started Life Elements in 2006. I actually am the original founder, and we are still a small woman-owned company, minority-owned. As you saw, I was born and raised in Mexico. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Our specialty are craft, plant-based body care, skin and body care. And as you heard in the video, we formulate, we source, we distribute, we do everything ourselves. And right now we're coming to you from our facility here. And it's actually, we kind of dressed it up, but this is my production room where I make everything. And so we do sell direct to consumers and at wholesale nationwide here in the United States. So if you're joining us from other countries, you might have some other questions. We don't export, but we know a little bit about what's going on outside of our country itself. So Kurt, why don't you tell them a little bit about why we decided to start the company back so long ago?
Sure. So, imagine we went to a barbecue when we first moved here, and, you go to a barbecue and everybody brings something. Well, the barbecue we went to was on this beautiful ranch, and we had just moved here. We didn't know anybody. And what was interesting was that everybody that came to the barbecue was bringing something that they made. I mean, some, beautiful produce, grass-fed, beef, wine, beer, cheeses, breads, olive oils. Everybody made something that they had created. And we were, at that time, still in the technology industry. We had nothing to bring. But it was a really inspiring moment, and it really kind of stuck with us, that experience of people who tangibly made these things. And that's really kind of the root of our business. There's a lot of products out there. There's a lot of CBD products. There's a lot of skin and body care products. But we think it's super important that people know who's behind the product. You're getting something that we made. It is not coming from some nameless, faceless factory. We made it. Our team made it. We have a team here that does all the production, and we like to think that we make quality craft products at scale, and that's what we're here to do. And by the way, we can't see anybody, so the comments, questions in the chat are super important. If you've got a really specific question, we've got plenty of time, and then we're going to kind of move through this in a couple of different ways. But Martha's got her own story to tell.
Yeah, I just want to touch back on, this picnic that we went to, because it was such a Sunset Magazine moment. It was just gorgeous. It was among the trees and everything. And I looked out, and I actually was born and raised in Mexico through my formative years. And then we'd go back every summer. I was raised by my grandparents, and then every summer we'd go back and visit with them. And so when I was being raised there, everything that was at our table, all the food, all the medicines, everything came from the land, and it came from the land through our hands. My grandfather would work out in the fields. My grandmother had this beautiful backyard, and we would go out and pick. And even at a very young age, I would go out with my grandfather, and we'd go up into the hills, and we'd harvest wild herbs and flowers and make things out of them. And so that has always stuck with me. And then going back every summer, I would revisit all that and continue to learn. So it stuck with me. So when I saw this plethora of beautiful handcrafted products, I said, I need to do something myself. And so I left technology and I started Life Elements. Now, during the course of our years, we started in 2006. I also became a beekeeper. And so from the bees, I learned everything that's so beautiful and wonderful within that hive. And so I started incorporating it into our products. And some of our first products were actually all natural, plant-based products for couples. Because when Kurt and I were in technology, we would be apart during the week and then try to come together during the weekend. It was often awkward because we had to reconnect somehow. And I was always looking for products to inspire us, whether it was a massage oil or a lotion, a candle, something romantic. But there really wasn't anything on the market that was not natural. Everything was cheesy. You either had to go to an adult store and everything had cherry flavor, vanilla flavor, pina colada. And I'm not into that. I hate anything synthetic scents, synthetic taste, nothing. So I set out to create our own line. It was called C&M Couples. We distributed that to hotels and resorts throughout the United States, high-end Ritz-Carltons and such. But anyway, to continue on the story, I also became a beekeeper. And through that, I started incorporating all the byproducts into our current line. And then in 2015, my daughter, who has high anxiety, came to me and she said, have you ever considered incorporating CBD as an ingredient into the products you're already making? And I didn't know anything about CBD, nothing. So I dove in with her help and learned as much as I could, everything about the types of CBD, how it's grown, how to measure it, how to formulate with it. And so I learned a lot, and it took me a long time. So what we're going to try to do today is try to teach you what I've learned, which has taken years, in a short amount of time. So as we go through this presentation, if we get too far ahead of ourselves or you just don't understand something that we're saying, please ask us for clarification and we'd be more than happy to do so. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kurt because he has these groovy little slides that he's going to do the presentation from. But again, don't hesitate to just post in the comments any questions that we can clarify for you, okay?
Yeah, so we're obviously virtual, and like I said, we can't see anybody, so your chat's super important. We want to stand here and talk to you as much as we can and show you some things. We got a bunch of props here, you can't see it, but we also have some slides, and so there's a little bit of awkwardness when I go back and forth, but I hope that the slides will help to illustrate some of the things that we're going to talk about. So let's share our screen here and dive into the mysteries of CBD. This is actually a super cool shot that Martha's daughter took of Martha opening up a beehive. And so we'll use that as kind of the intro. So let's first talk about hemp. Now we're talking about CBD, and very specifically, we are talking about hemp-derived CBD. And the plant itself, hemp, has so many different positive attributes. I mean, it really is an ancient plant, and it was one of the very first plants to be cultivated. You can make rope out of it, you can make paper out of it, textiles, you can incorporate it into building materials. Here in the United States, the US Constitution was printed on hemp paper back in the late 1700s. And the other thing is that it's a very earth-friendly plant. That is super important, especially with climate change, things like that. And it's one of the reasons why, again, here in the United States, Mitch McConnell, Mr. Republican from Kentucky, was the proponent for hemp to be legalized in the United States. And one reason for that was very specifically in Kentucky is that, smoking tobacco and things like that's kind of going by the wayside. But hemp is a really great plant. It has properties that they call phytoremediation. So a hemp plant is very good for the earth. You can basically grow it in cement. You don't need a lot of water. You don't need fertilizer. You don't need pesticides to grow this plant. It puts down these really deep roots, fixes nitrogen in the soil. And they've even proven that it has the ability to help reduce, to pull those heavy metals out of the earth. They showed that by planting hemp in and around Chernobyl. So, that's something pretty rad about the hemp plant itself. So what's the difference between marijuana and hemp? So we'll give you a little bit of the family tree, if you will. So at the very top, we have the Cannabaceae family. And there are other things besides marijuana in that family. But what we know is most everybody recognizes there's two basic types of cannabis plants. There's more than two, but these are the two biggest. Cannabis indica, which is kind of a bushy plant. It's got big leaves on it. And Cannabis sativa, which is a little bit taller, has got thinner leaves. And of course, we know that indica is, for indicouch, that's how we remember it. It's a little bit more of a calming type of product. Cannabis sativa, if you want to go out to a festival, maybe that's what you're gonna ingest or smoke. And each of those has a combination of THC and CBD, what might be called ratios. If you go into a dispensary, they'll say, well, what are you looking to do? So on the indica side, you may want something that has a lot more CBD to help you relax. Again, if you want to go to a festival or you want to create some super groovy artwork, maybe you pull you want something that's got a little bit more THC. Fun fact, top of the Cannabaceae family is something called Humulus lupulus. That is hops. So for all you beer fans out there, fun fact, beer technically comes from the cannabis family. Now, we're going to talk about hemp, though, as much as I would like to talk about beer. So by its very nature and by legal definition, the hemp plant is part of the marijuana family, but it has 0.03% THC. That's the legal definition of hemp in the United States. And it's kind of like this distant uncle that comes from the sativa side of the house. But it is a very different type of plant. And this is the same hemp plant that can be grown for paper, that it can also be grown for flour to help create CBD oil. Now, CBD, cannabidiol, is a cannabinoid. THC is also a cannabinoid. So what's a cannabinoid? A cannabinoid is an element that binds with your CBD receptors in your body. But there's all these different components of the plant. Think of them as maybe like micronutrients, CBG, CBN, CBDA, and 60 plus other cannabinoids. And what these do is they all have some type of accretive value to the use of the product. As more and more studies are coming out, they're finding that very particular cannabinoids are good for certain things. Like some are even better and stronger anti-inflammatories. Some are very good for your skin, helping your skin cells to regenerate. And so those things are all super important to understanding what CBD is and how it actually works. So what types of CBD are out there? So when you buy a product that has CBD in it, it's going to contain one of three types of CBD. The isolate, which is just what it sounds like. It is 99% CBD pure. There's a full spectrum product, which is when they extract the oils from the plant, they're actually taking that whole plant. They're taking the stalks and the leaves and the bits to create a much more robust, micronutrient-rich type of product. And then there's broad spectrum CBD, which is kind of like full spectrum, but it is without the THC. And so we'll go live here again. All right. So one way to think about that is from a manufacturing perspective, a CBD isolate is what a lot of companies use, especially in the lower cost types of products. The reason that they use an isolate is it's very easy to work with. It's basically like crystallized sugar. It's super simple, easy to measure, but it is just CBD. So the analogy is if you think of juicing something, you're going to juice an orange or a grapefruit, and you just get that juice, just the liquid. That's kind of like an isolate. But if you want a full spectrum product, that's got all the pulp and the fiber and all those little micronutrients and stuff. And so our company, we focus on using broad spectrum CBD. And the reason for that is we make topical products. THC doesn't have a lot of value as a topical product, but it has a lot of value when you ingest it or inhale it. There's a lot of people that get tested for cannabis. So these are people like our frontline healthcare workers, drivers that work for utility companies, long distance drivers, first responders. They get tested for marijuana. And even though hemp-derived CBD has virtually zero THC, it's just a trace. And so a lot of people don't want to take that risk. And so that's the product that we use. We focus on broad spectrum CBD.
Because again, it still has all the nutrients that the full spectrum does, just minus the THC.
So let's show you a little bit about what the product actually looks like. Like, what does CBD oil even look like?
Like this. So this is 1 kilo of CBD. It's a rich oil.
Very expensive jar
Yes,
right
after
there.
And it actually has the consistency of molasses, and it has a very deep, earthy scent. And so sometimes when there's a lot of CBD in a product, you're going to smell that. But it's, as you can see, it's thick, it's rich. It's very difficult to work with as a formulator for me because it's difficult to get just the right amount and measurements with that. But this is what this CBD oil actually looks like. And then there's other types too. So we also do bath products. We make bath bombs. And so for that, we are using what's called water soluble CBD. And what that is, it's that oil that I just showed you. And they've put some emulsifiers in it and turned it into a powder so that it will disperse quickly in water. So for instance, can you hold that up for a minute? If I were to pour this into some water and stir it around, it's going to dissolve. So imagine if you're sitting in a bathtub, laying there.
The lights are down, the candles are lit, and you want to take a CBD bath.
Yeah, you're going to be soaking in a bunch of CBD that's just going to help your body relax. And we'll talk about how that works in a moment. Now, and what I wanted to show you this also. Oil and water don't mix. So it's really important too, when formulating with CBD, that you know how to formulate with compatible products. So as you can see here, this oil is just floating on top. And so if you were to take a bath in that, you wouldn't get the full benefit. Your body would not get the full benefits of the CBD because it's mostly floating on top. So maybe your neck will get a lot of that, but the rest of the body wouldn't. But again, we'll talk about that in a little later. And then the third type of CBD is what they call hydro PCR. And this is what they typically use in all the beverages that you're seeing out in the market, the waters and the coffees and things like that, because again, it's very dispersible in water.
Okay, so how does CBD actually work? How does it enter your system? Let's share the screen again. Got a little diagram. And okay. So your body, our bodies have what's called an endocannabinoid system, the ECS. And every animal has an endocannabinoid system, which is one reason why CBD for pets is so very popular, because it works. And the way to think of it is CBD is this universal regulator that helps to create homeostasis, balance inside all of your body's internal systems. And the way that it does that is by working with receptors. Okay, so you have this endocannabinoid system, and in that endocannabinoid system, you have two types of receptors. The receptors are basically the lock that the cannabinoids unlock. And they bind to these receptors to do a number of different things. So CB1 receptors help suppress nerve-related pain. So for example, if you have sciatica in your back, that's a nerve-related issue. If you were to apply a topical product to your back, it's not going to do anything for that sciatica. But it will bind with the CB2 receptors, which are all throughout your body, underneath your skin, right around where the hair follicle is, and it will help reduce that inflammation in the soft tissue. There are elements where THC is very beneficial, and THC typically is what interacts most with those CB1 receptors. So we're going to come back to being live here. All right. So that's what you need to know about, is you've got these receptors. And so the way those things actually work, I'm sorry, I got to share my screen again. We're kind of nervous, actually.
I'm not.
Okay. So the ecosystem, I'm sorry about that. So the cannabinoids that we're talking about, CBD and THC are the big dogs, and we talked about those and all the other cannabinoids that exist.
But there are other elements in nature, flax, echinacea, kava, cacao, that all have molecules that interact with your endocannabinoid system. So they can affect it in much the same way. We all know about kava and kind of the uplifting feeling that you get from drinking kava. All those things interact with this endocannabinoid system. And they can do a lot of different things by binding to or unlocking the receptors that are in your body. And again, these are in animals too. We have a lot of farm folks that we work with, and they're using CBD product on their working animals, the dogs around there, because they get inflamed just like we do. And so when you think about the endocannabinoid system, it is this mechanism in your body that really helps to balance everything. And, I weigh 200 pounds, and many of you probably weigh a lot less than me, but you might need more CBD in your system than I do because your body is more out of balance. And that's something that is super important for us to think about. So let's talk about how some of these products work within the body.
So there's different ways to get your CBD, as Kurt mentioned. There's topicals, and that's what we specialize in, and they all work differently. So when you apply it topically to the skin, what's going to happen is that it actually works on the inflammation. It goes to work. Imagine your receptors right below the skin at the hair follicle level, like little Pac-Man. If any of you are from the 80s, where Pac-Man, it goes and starts munching on that CBD, and it starts working on that inflammation. It only works to where you apply it. So it's direct contact. So you just massage that in, and you'll get the benefits of that pain relief within 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes max. Now, other forms of using CBD is ingestibles. You can ingest this, but what's going to happen when you ingest something like a gummy or a mint is that it has to travel through your stomach where the CBD starts getting diluted. So this might be a 25 milligram mint, but by the time it gets through your system and into your nerve receptors, it's very diluted. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, one thing, everybody probably has a cookie story. I don't feel anything yet, but a lot of athletes, for example, will use edible products, CBD, because there's kind of a time release factor. So instead of applying something every 20 miles, they're using ingestible products because it has to work its way out through your stomach into your liver, and then it gets into the blood system.
Right. And then there's sublinguals. So a lot of you have heard about tinctures, and this is one of the faster ways of getting it into those nerve receptors. So what you're going to do is simply put some drops under your tongue and hold it, and you're going to hold that for 20 to 30 seconds. And so what happens is those capillaries right underneath your tongue start absorbing the CBD and then carry it to the nerve receptors, and then it starts working through the body.
And the fun fact is, so when you take a sublingual product or a drop under your tongue, again, we're talking about an oil, and that oil needs to be emulsified so that it can be absorbed into your body. So when you think about your saliva, that saliva is actually breaking down the oil and helping to emulsify it so that it can get absorbed into those capillaries that are underneath your tongue.
Now, also too, that it doesn't start to work immediately. It still has to go through the system, through the blood system, into the receptors. So, it'll take about 20 to 30 minutes to actually start working on what it may be that's ailing you, whether it's the sciatica or arthritis or something like that. The fastest way to get CBD into your system is through vaping or smoking it. And again, that is those are the forms of CBD.
And that's how it gets into the blood. When you inhale something, it goes right through your lungs into your bloodstream. So that's, you feel that instant connection. Using CBD as an ingestible product is something that takes people a lot of time because, they're used to taking a Tylenol or, even an opiate or something. And the reaction is fairly quick. CBD internally is something that is more of a marathon type process. It's something that you want to kind of build a base on and take it over time. And over the course of a few days, you're going to see, immense benefits. We focus on the topicals, and Martha's right. You'll feel it in 10 to 15 minutes if it's a high quality product. And we used to do a lot of events, and, there's nothing like being at a festival and you've got somebody that's even older than us,
We're old.
we're old, saying, I just had knee surgery, and they sit down, they apply our ache and pain product, and they look at it and they use it. And then they come back in half an hour and say, my goodness, it's made such a difference. So
may I say something?
Of course.
Okay. I just want to say something about if you want to work on sciatica or anything that is nerve related, consistency, taking the product consistently is key. And one of the things that we hear a lot is that, hey, I just took the tincture, but I'm not feeling anything. You're not going to feel anything because it doesn't have any THC. However, if you've taken it consistently for a week or two, and then you stop, that's when you realize that it was actually doing something. And that's what we hear a lot. Wow, I didn't realize that it was helping my pain until I stopped taking it. So don't give up. If you've tried it and you say it didn't work for me, you might have not been consistent with it.
So we like to think of our bodies as, everybody that's
Winter Wonderland.
That's a John Mayer song, I think. We like to think of your body as a biodynamic system. Everybody that's here today is engaging in all kinds of different wellness activities, physical, mental, spiritual, and you need to treat your body like that. Going back to the original story where Martha was looking for clean products, we run into people who have super healthy diets. They are very active athletically, and they lead a very healthy lifestyle. But they're going to Target, or even buying super expensive body care products. And the skin is the largest organ in your body. They're putting chemicals or synthetic ingredients or preservatives onto your skin, gets absorbed into your body, and that's killing the farm, basically. So I'm gonna go to a slide.
This is Kurt's favorite slide.
It is actually. Okay. Look, your body is a farm. Think of it that way, please. So in farming, there are two types of farms. There's something that we call a polyculture farm, which is kind of an example on the left, and then there is big ag. Monoculture farms. So think of your body as this ecosystem. Think of CBD almost like compost for your body. A polycultural farm has got all kinds of different components to it. There's a wonderful movie on Netflix. It's called The Biggest Little Farm, and it's a story of a farm in the LA area that started from hard scrabbled dirt and rock into this amazing oasis. All these other different kinds of plants provide diversity. So biodiversity is this idea that you've got all these different components. So remember the cannabinoids that we talked about? All those little micronutrients benefit your body in some small but very accretive way. So when you think of a farm that's got fruit trees and big trees and little trees, different kinds of cover crops, all different kinds of animals, predators, pollinator-friendly plants that bring pollinators into your space. They create this oasis of biodiversity, which means that, like your body, you're much more resilient to disease and ill health. An interesting example is in the Puerto Rico hurricane several years ago. You know, the island got devastated, but one of the things about Puerto Rico's economy is it's driven by a lot of coffee plantations. Coffee is a monoculture. It is a single crop. And when you have a monoculture type crop, that plant is very susceptible to disease, heat, weather. And that's why they have to add pesticides to keep the pests out. They have to add herbicides to protect the plant. They have to fertilize it. And most of those things are synthetic. And so what happened with the coffee plantations is it was a monoculture crop. The hurricane came through, wiped out these coffee plantations, ripped the plants out of the ground, created these big gullies where the water drained off. But a lot of the family farms, the biodynamic, diverse, small farms, had a couple tree limbs break, but the farms were back in action, the very next day. And you'll see that when there's a big rain, the slide on the left, you know exactly what's going to happen when it rains. The slide on the slide on the right. And so think of your body that way. Everything works in concert. And you know that when you have a flu or a cold, that you are going to, you can't sleep, you can't breathe. And so that's why all these things are super important, is to think about your body. It's your skin, it's your mind, it's your spirit, it's what you eat and ingest. And so this idea of a biodynamic system, I think, is super important. And that's why the last thing that I like to say is that CBD is like compost for your body. Compost can do a number of different things. You know, it can aerate your soil, it can add moisture to your soil, and obviously can add nutrients to your soil. But also, after a certain point in time, you may not need as much. So unlike THC or alcohol, you actually build a tolerance to it. But with CBD, after a while, everything gets in balance and you maybe don't need quite as much. And so that's super important. Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Of course.
Sorry. Okay, so I just wanted to, when we were talking about the forms of CBD, I just want to tell you that when you see hemp seed oil does not have any CBD. And so before we get into all that, I just wanted to mention that, just so I don't forget.
No, keep going.
That was it.
Let's see. No more questions. Okay, so we'll just keep going. So besides CBD, you really need to think about ingredients. And we take pride in the fact that all the ingredients that we have, you'll see a lot of products in there that are just CBD and one or two other ingredients. And this idea that simplicity is very important. It is very important, but when you use the biodynamic approach, there's a lot of these micro elements that combine to help create a particular result. We make an ache and pain product. It's called an ache and pain stick. And first thing you want to do when you're looking at a product is how much CBD is actually, well, first, what's in it? So is it a distillate or an isolate or full spectrum or broad spectrum?
And it should tell you that on the label.
It should tell you that on the label. And what are the other ingredients that help to support what it's trying to do? So this is an ache and pain relief stick. Martha created the ache and pain stick before we even used CBD.
Right. And it was based on all these other ingredients that work in synergy with the CBD. But, we have arnica and ginger and turmeric and all these other anti-inflammatory ingredients that help to reduce the swelling of pain. But it's when you're formulating, you want to take a clean approach in how these ingredients are going to work in combination. And so that's how we formulate. But as Kurt said, simplicity is key, but so is the synergy of all the ingredients coming together.
Yeah, and so just people want to know, well, how much CBD? Okay, we got questions. Let me finish this up. So people want to know, how do I know how much to use? So these are the same product. This is a 1/2 ounce, and this is a 2 ounce product. This has 250 milligrams of CBD, This has 1,000 milligrams. They're the exact same strength. They're just a different size. So that's one of the things when you're comparing products, or somebody says, hey, you need 1,000 milligrams, you should ask them, well, what size container is and what's the dosage? Same thing if you're taking a tincture product, how much are you getting per dropper? So we got questions. Let's shoot.
Hello, how are you today?
Hey!
Thank you so much for that information. We do have a few questions from the audience.
Okay. Awesome.
So one is, do you have products that are made for animals as well?
We do. And here's the thing, is that even though CBD is legal, topicals are completely legal. And in the banking system, there's still some issues, some gray areas with banking and credit card processing. So right now our focus is on topicals. We do have some tinctures, but those can only be ordered for pets included, but they can only be ordered through calling us direct and paying through Venmo and everything, because again, the FDA has not completely approved anything that's ingestible yet. And so we're kind of staying away from that, but people can call us and we'll talk more about that.
In the United States, CBD is still a little bit of the Wild West. The merchant getting your credit cards processed is a big deal. And so we've chosen to focus very specifically on topicals because that's what we do best. And the laws around topicals are much cleaner than anybody that's selling an ingestible product is typically using an offshore payment processor. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's a lot more expensive and a lot more hassle for a company our size.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question here. It is, has your company participated in any clinical studies about the benefits of CBD?
We have not participated in the clinical studies. Those are very expensive to conduct. And the neat thing is that there's a lot of anecdotal evidence right now that is coming to, that is being published. There are published studies, more and more published studies, as I mentioned, on very specific types of cannabinoids, how CBD, really does interact with the system, because CBD was part of marijuana back in the day. And even though there's a lot of research on meth or heroin or, opiates, there's very little research on cannabis and cannabis-related products, including CBD.
Yeah, we get a lot of questions in regards to pregnancy. How can I take CBD when I'm pregnant? How does that affect the fetus? And unfortunately, because CBD just became legal in 2018, at the end of 2018, there weren't any funds available for the government to do any research. There weren't any clinical studies. It's just starting now. So, that's unfortunately the situation that we're in.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not a lot of research. I mean, there is now. There's actually a lot more research outside of the United States than there is in the United States.
Mm-hmm. And that's starting to come across.
Nice, thank you. And the next question is, I have CBD drops, but every time I take them, they upset my stomach. Is there another form of CBD that I could try that wouldn't bother my stomach? In that case, I'm assuming it's the topicals.
Well, I would first ask, how much of that CBD are you taking? Because although you can't overdose on CBD, sometimes if you do take too much, it will cause an upset stomach. So one of the things I would ask is how much CBD, how many milligrams per bottle is in it? And then we can do the math to find out how much she's getting per dropper or he's getting per dropper. And, are you taking a full dropper? Are you taking a quarter dropper? What is that? So it might be that they're taking too much. And then the second thing I would ask is, can you read me the ingredients? Because it may be that they're using an ingredient that is not working in synergy with the CBD. For instance, when we make our tinctures, we're just using MCT oil because it's the cleanest and it gets absorbed into the system easier. However, a lot of companies are using olive oil or hemp seed oil or some other thick oil that doesn't allow the CBD to get absorbed completely into the system. So that's one of the things I would ask. And then thirdly, what type of CBD is it? Is it full spectrum, broad spectrum, or is it an isolate? And so, and again, perhaps people can send us questions at info@lifeelements.com. We'd be more than happy to answer them there, or they can also call us during our work week, and we're more than happy to answer those questions too and go over those ingredients lists with them.
Thank you so much for being so accessible for everybody also.
Yeah.
The next question is, how much THC is typically in your CBD products?
In our specific products, we use broad spectrum. So there's zero. It's zero THC.
And what's important about that is, as a topical product, which is what we focus on, THC doesn't have a lot of value because it's not able to access the CB1 receptors. You definitely get that effect, though, if you're inhaling or ingesting a product. So there is value in having THC as part of that, but as a topical product, it doesn't have a whole lot.
Okay, and A. Lee, one of our viewers right now, would like to know if you could repeat what you said about the 1,000 milligram in size.
Oh, okay, sure. So you want to think about it as a ratio. Okay, so I'll try and make it super simple. So this is a 2-ounce stick that has 1,000 milligrams in it. That means there's 500 milligrams per ounce. This is a 1/2-ounce stick that has 250 milligrams. So if you multiply it by 2, you get
divided by 2.
Multiply it by 2, you get 500 milligrams per ounce. Here you divide by 2, you get 500 milligrams per ounce. So that's the ratio.
It's based on volume.
It's based on volume. So people will say, well, I want the strongest one, so I want the big one. Well, you can actually have the small one and just try it to see how it works, because it has the same ratio of CBD. So, you can get a big, tub of something like this, a bath salt or sugar scrubs, and maybe it's only got 1,000 milligrams of CBD, but it's a 15-ounce container. So I hope that answers. It's the ratio of CBD to the size of the product. That makes sense.
Thank you. No, I think that clarifies it. Thank you so much. Also, Marilyn Wynn, one of our viewers, is asking, there are so many CBD brands nowadays. What things should we look out for in terms of potency and the cleanliness of the product?
I actually have a slide for that real quick, and I'm going to show you guys something because we expected that. So one of the things that you want to look at, don't pay attention to this right now. This is called a certificate of analysis, a COA. Every single CBD product that's sold, especially in the United States, has to have a COA. And that can be either a link from the label, or it can be on their website. And what it tells you is, on the left-hand side, potency. How much CBD does it actually have? The other is terpenes, and those are kind of interesting. But also on the bottom here, we have pesticides. It tells you if there's any heavy metals or pesticides in that product, because it is definitely a buyer beware type of scenario these days in terms of how that CBD has been grown. Is it organic? There's an example of one of the brands that we know. They farm their own product. They have very clean CBD, and they had it tested by an independent lab, and it came back with all these pesticides. And we're like, that's crazy. How could that happen? It happened because they were using some lavender that didn't go through the same sort of testing process that CBD does. So you should be looking to see, does it have a certificate of analysis?
Where is it grown?
Where is it grown? Made in USA is very good. What we talked about earlier, is it a CBD isolate? Is it full spectrum or broad spectrum? And are all the ingredients listed? Especially in the cosmetic industry, you'll see that fragrance is there, and fragrance is a very dangerous word because it means that you can hide a number of different ingredients in there that are synthetic. So look for preservatives, look for synthetic ingredients, and don't get those ones.
And the sad part about what's happening with all these companies is that a lot of times it's being sold 3 to 4 times removed from the original maker, and that's what's called private label. So for instance, I could be making, this for another company, and then they'll resell it to another company, and then they'll resell it to another company. So I'm the original maker, and then they're putting their own labels on it and changing the wording. And so it is a buyer's beware. So know who your maker is, know where the product is coming from. And this is why we like to keep control of everything, because even if we were to outsource that to a larger company to make it for us, let's say we got huge, they eventually want to change all the ingredients. And when products are—
Can I interrupt?
Oh, yes.
Most of the products that you see on the market are made in what they call a co-packing facility, a contract manufacturing facility. And CBD in particular is very vertically integrated. That means that the people that are growing it, the companies that are growing it, they're harvesting it, they're extracting it, and they're making products that look like this. And so there's 20 brands that are using this exact same product. It's the exact same product. They just slap a groovy label onto it or different packaging.
And charge 3 times more.
And so you got to ask questions, and hopefully the people that you're buying it from are able to answer those questions.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. I take CBD, and I've seen that certificate before and not known what any of that stuff means on the back. So it's good to know a little bit more information about that. One of our viewers, Kelly Bird, would like to know, other than under the tongue, are there specific places in the body that are more receptive to CBD?
Oh, yes, women. Let me say this, because this was on my list to talk about. You're starting to hear more and more about CBD and intimacy products. And one of the things that we get a lot is because we make these groovy little bath bombs, right? And so you throw this in the bathtub and you're going to be sitting in there.
There's no colors on this. It's not neon blue or pink or anything like that.
And so what happens is that when you're sitting in that tub of water, us as women, our vagina is like our mouth. We have a lot of capillaries down there. And so it gets absorbed through that. And again, this is why we use broad spectrum instead of THC full spectrum, because of those people that have to get tested, correct? So, but anyway, if you're going to be using it as an intimacy product, just like we mentioned earlier, topicals, it takes about 10 to 15 minutes for it to absorb. That's why if you're going to be using it as in the bedroom or in the bathtub, if you're going to be taking a bath in a CBD bath bomb, you have to sit in there at least 20 to 30 minutes in order for it to really absorb. But at that point, within 15 minutes, you're going to feel something. So it is being used more and more in the bedroom. And in fact, a lot of folks, we have a plant-based body oil that they use this as a lubricant in the bedroom. And because it is as effective as putting it under the tongue.
Thank you for that.
They're underarms too.
Underarms.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that information. One more question. Have sales gone up since COVID or during the period of COVID with everybody being a little bit more health conscious these days?
Yes and no. So as a business, in the past few years, our business has been split 50-50 between what we call direct to consumer from our website and also from retailers. What happened during COVID is, especially in that April to July timeframe, our retailer business, the stores just dropped completely.
They had to close.
They had to close. Now a lot of stores are coming back, or they're doing their own mail order business. So the answer is we did very well during the holiday season, more than 50% over last year from our website. And honestly, that's where we're focusing right now. Is we've got a lot more information. We can ship it to you directly. You don't have to go through middlemen. So we were very fortunate and lucky that we got to stay open. We have this big facility, and we use COVID protocols. Everybody's masked up. But the answer is it did increase from our website for sure, and that was awesome.
And people are looking for relief, especially for sleep,
Anxiety.
and anxiety. Those are the two big things.